Because on this day,
In 1947, Tony Wilson, better known as Hot Chocolate, was born.
Well, the couple of things from that. The says the lead singer is Errol Brown. The bass guitarist is Tony Wilson.
Ooh.
And so there you go. And it was produced by the famous Mickey Most, that song. And so kids, as you listen to that song this morning, I hope you're up and listening to that song. You young people who maybe find that you're falling away from religion. Maybe you're falling away from your beliefs. If you pray, miracles can happen, and you can get the best sex of your life. Pray. Miracles miracles come from heaven, and you pray, I hope that person will sleep with me, and sure enough, lying next to him, giving him what he needs. Miracles from God happen every day.
Oh, okay, you looked at the lyrics, yeah.
Yeah, I listened to the lyrics. That's what I did there. I listened to the lyrics.
You're kidding me.
I believe
Is
in
this from Guardians, Carrie?
It's one that I suggested to
Okay,
James
that's why-
Gunn be in Guardians of the Galaxy. This is my favorite Hot Chocolate song.
Because what does that say? That I hear that and I go, yeah, that sounds like a Guardians.
Yeah.
And
James Gunn got a cease and desist on me for sending him song suggestions for the next movies.
You know the reason it might not have been in Guardians, though, Carrie? Here is a list of the films that it has been in.
Everyone's a
Reservoir
Winner,
Dogs.
or the song we played. This one or the
It was Sexy Thing.
Sexy Thing has been,
Yeah. It's been in Reservoir Dogs, Heavyweights, Boogie Nights,
the Full Monty.
Full Monty, Bicentennial Man, Dude, Where's My Car, Rat Race, About Schmidt, Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist.
Now, see,
Big
I
Mama.
knew that it was overused, and that's why I sent him this one instead of You Sexy Thing.
So that one, let me see if that one's been in a lot of movies.
Everyone's, and it's a number one. Every one apostrophe S.
There it is. Every one's a winner. Now I have to go to, because I have the feeling that's been in some.
Oh, I'm sure it has.
Too.
It's too good
Good,
of a
then
song
Hot
not.
Chocolate has some residuals that they can. They have the Hot Chocolate Mansion that say, this is the mansion that You Sexy Thing built right here.
British they are.
Yes.
Errol Brown is British. And I guess he was made a member of the British Empire, or he was knighted.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir Hot Chocolate?
Sir Lester Errol Brown. Nice. So, hello.
You overslept this
I
morning.
did. I overslept.
You sleepy thing. Oh, sorry.
And I don't know. I don't know how it is possible that you can that one can sleep through 2 alarms.
Doesn't your wife reach over and poke you like, hey, that's 2 alarms there?
No.
She sleeps through 2 alarms too?
Well, yeah, I guess so. She sleeps through 2 alarms, although she won't sleep through if I happen to snore, or if I happen to roll over the wrong way, or if I get up to go to the bathroom. She doesn't sleep through any of that. It's like, what are you doing? What? But yeah. So it's always weird to do that because you feel off your game. You feel like I was.
And you wake up and go, what day is it?
Well,
What?
you wake up and you go, something's wrong. Let me look at the clock because I think I know what's wrong. Yep, I should have been up an hour ago, but there you go. So I've done no show prep, so I really won't have anything to bring to the show today. Sorry.
See, I wake up before my alarm. I have an alarm set as an emergency thing. Like, I wake up the same time every day, just on my own. But the alarm is there just in case.
Oh. Or see, I will sleep.
Yeah.
Unless there's an alarm, I
You'll
will
just
sleep.
go.
Yep.
Yeah. I will. I'll sleep longer than normal, but I do. And do you ever sleep through your alarm ever?
I have not slept through my alarm. No. The only time that I have not woke up in time is when I have forgot to set my alarm. Like after a holiday. You know,
Yeah, you've had it off for.
because I have my feature off, and so then I do it. But that's the only times that I ever sleep in, you know, accidentally.
Yeah, it's no
People ask
fun.
me all the time, "You're up at 3:30 every morning. How do you on the weekends too?" I'm like, "No, God no. I'll sleep till 9 or 10 if you let me."
See, I'll wake up at 3:30 on the weekends, and then I go, oh, I can go back to sleep, and I roll over and go back to sleep. But I wake up same time every day.
Yeah, not me. I'll sleep longer on the weekends, but I still get up earlier than everybody. You know, I usually get up around 7 or 8 on the weekends, as opposed to 3 during the week, or 4 this morning. Anyway, you know what? It was the motorcade that kept me awake. I'm not kidding. Listen.
Was
Did
there
you
was
go
there a
out
lot
and
of
watch
action?
some of
I
that?
did. As a matter of fact, I was just about to tweet a video of the presidential and or vice presidential or senatorial motorcades. It's a pretty interesting thing. Maybe we'll talk about it coming up, what went on with my street being cleared by the cops and how they did that and why they did that, and then, you know, what the upshot of it all was. But I could hear all the protesters. I could hear people yelling, you know, F Trump, F Trump. And I could hear people yelling in support of Harris and Biden and Harris. And it was fascinating. And then I, of course, watched the debate. That was fun, wasn't it? 877-602-9696. Why don't you call us? Why don't you do that? Call us and be a check-in with the Radio from Hell show. Maybe you would like to offer your spot-on little quick take on the debate if you watched it, or how the debate might have disrupted your life as it did mine. 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'll officially begin the program, and then we'll get to your check-ins. We'd love to hear from you. 877-602-9696.
All right, we'll get things started right after this. Brooklinen.com is the website, brooklinen.com. And when you get there, use my promo code, Jackson, Jackson. Well, it's my last name. It's our promo code. And that way you'll get 10% off your first order, and you'll give credit to the show, which we appreciate. So the sheets, we love the Brooklinen sheets. We've got some more coming, and we've ordered some more towels. This is the other thing that they're known for. They are the internet's favorite sheets. Brooklinen has all kinds of things for throughout your home, everything from the sheets and the towels to artwork to stuff. So go and take a look. You'll be there shopping for a bit. But they really want you to know about the Brooklinen towels. They're just terrific. They're just you can choose your fluffiness because people are picky about that. I know I am. I don't like them too fluffy. I like them about medium. And it's just, you may want to stay in your towel all day after you get out of the shower. I know I do sometimes on the weekends. Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They're so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, for 10% off your first order at Brooklinen. That's brooklinen.com, BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
Have you tried the new open mic feature on the X96?
We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and it's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010. And her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about that.
Nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I had named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature
Stain.
with a name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
She's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read. Mm-hmm. There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name,
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't
Anderson.
say they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them
Don't
do.
they
but
know
some
that
of
she's a general? General Leia
Well, it's...
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emily's.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
There's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor
Really?
guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, has the. So just don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane.
Thane.
Thane. He was a bad kid.
Thane. That's what.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, "I love my son's name, Thane."
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there things?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right.
I saw,
For some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He
Yeah,
now
see?
works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name.
Okay, it is 6:19. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, let's. It's check-ins coming up. If you call, then we'll do it. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. You know, if you I don't know that. If you'd ever wish that you could, like last night at the debate, I'm sure that somebody said,
last
you
name
know,
Shank.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall and watch this debate, and then it went all wrong. I said a fly on the wall, not in Mike Pence's hair. That's not what I want. But anyway, call, check in. What do you have to, if you have any observations on the debate or what's been going on, 877-602-9696. Gina?
Grants for down payment assistance to buy a home or back get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. Text the word money to 62687.
The moon is a waning gibbous moon, 65.1% of full. The moon will set today at 1:58 p.m. Today being, it's Thursday, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Thursday. It's the 8th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. This is day 192 of our pandemic broadcast. And what you're listening to, if this is the first time you've ever tuned in, you're listening to the nation's most intelligent and most exciting radio broadcast. Coming to you from the Broadway Media Tower in downtown Salt Lake City, we are the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the snowflakes of sound, if you will. Carrie Jackson, right there. Bill Allred, that's me, one of the nattering nabobs of negativity. And right there, Gina Barberi, she is the princess, the queen of the Radio from Hell show. Katie for short, she's right there in the studio in downtown Salt Lake City. You can see us all, by the way, if you go to x96.com/live, except you can't see Skip and Miriam, who are helping out and providing a valuable service to the show, but we just don't dare put them on camera.
We're sparing them having to worry about that.
Well, we're
doing
afraid
a favor.
We're afraid something untoward would happen if if Miriam gets on, if she got on camera, something could happen. I'm just saying.
I don't know what.
Gina, if you don't know, it's better that you don't know.
I would love to know what color Miriam's hair is these days. I haven't seen it. Sometimes it's pink. Sometimes it's blue.
Put on a mask and run. Put on a mask and run into the studio, Miriam.
It was purple last time we looked, right?
She's probably got on a mask, but
she does have a mask on. Yes, she is blonde.
She's blonde.
Okay.
Okay.
I've never seen a blonde.
Let's see.
Oh, there she is.
Look how long your hair is. Has it been that long since we've been there? Jeez.
Quick, get off camera before it happens. Get off camera before you know what could happen. You know what could happen. Whew, that was close.
That really is how long since we've been in the studio. Her hair used to be like just to her shoulders, now it's all the way past.
Probably grown 2 inches, I would think, at least. 877-602-9696. Anybody? Anybody?
Someone checking in. Let's see. We got text check-ins. Nobody on the phone.
Okay.
Today is October 8th.
Mm-hmm. Did I say that?
See. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
There was something about Mrs. O'Leary's cow in here.
The Chicago fire?
The Chicago fire. 149 years ago today.
Oh.
Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicked over the lantern in her shed. This resulted in one of the greatest disasters in American history and gave us Fire Prevention Week.
I think I think that's one of those stories that actually turns out to not be true. I mean, the fire happened, but they blamed it on Mrs. O'Leary's cow because they hated the Irish or something.
Is that right?
I don't think it's a true story. But I don't remember the details.
There's a theory that a comet hit the O'Leary property and started the fire.
Well,
the family was finally pardoned in 1994. Unfortunately, everybody blamed her for the fire, and she ended up living a life of recluse, hated by the community. She died around 1895.
On the evening of October 8th, 1871, a fire consumed the O'Leary's family barn. Due to the high winds and dry conditions, it spread and burned a large percentage of the city, event known as the Great Chicago Fire. Let's see.
And the theory
That
was
started
that
in her barn. The
theory-
theory was a cow did something, but they don't know exactly what started the fire.
Mrs.
but
O'Leary said, "It wasn't me. It was my cow. My cow started the fire."
She was in bed when the fire began and had no idea what had caused it. So the rumor was the cow, but it did start in Mrs. O'Leary's barn.
Okay, so it could have been the cow,
Could have been
but
the cow.
but the cow became a delicious flame roasted, flame broiled hamburger, and was unable to fend for itself or defend itself.
I like the comet theory myself.
Yeah, me too. That's a good one.
A little bit more interesting, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see. Anything else going on? See, Tim
Well-
the Tree Guy checking in. I got nothing for the world right now.
Tim, are you coming to help with my trees this weekend? I've
don't-
left him alone because I know he was busy with post-hurricane, but
Yeah.
he said this weekend he could help me with some trees.
You know what got the trees cleaned up along my street?
The presidential debate? The
Yeah.
vice presidential
Yeah.
debate?
That's what finally did it, was the final straw. You know what? So what they did, they put out barriers. Just quickly, I'll tell you, they put out barriers a couple of days ago, barricades, just along the parking strip, the curb. And on those barricades, it said there will be no parking on this street on October 7th from this time to this time. If you don't move your car, it will be towed. Now, this is a big public street. There's always lots of parking on the street. It's hard to find parking. There are always cars parked there. So mostly by yesterday, the cars were moved, except there were 8 or 7, 10 cars, something like that, still parked in various places up and down the street on the curb. And they came and towed them all away.
Really?
They came
Wow.
and they put them all on trucks and towed them all away for, I'd say, a total of 8 minutes of activity. There was a motorcade in the afternoon that sped up the street, with motorcycle escorts and everything, just as fast as it could go. And then at the end of the debate, the same thing, bam! So maybe 8 minutes worth of activity, if that. And for that, all of those people got their cars towed.
They were given notice to move them.
It would not have mattered had the cars
Of course
been there.
it does. That's a security risk. Someone could be hiding in the car and
There were
shoot 'em
so
with-
few. There were so few cars. You could have put people near those cars just to make sure that there was nobody in them. You didn't have to tow them away.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If they give you notice, you move your damn
Well-
car, they tow it, then you move your damn car. And
I think a lot of people weren't around. They weren't in town. They weren't here. They don't know.
I think the Secret Service knows what they're doing, and you don't leave parked cars in certain areas in
Okay.
sensitive times.
All right. It was ridiculous.
You know, there's a reason they won't stay. So you would think when the president comes to town or the vice president comes to town, they'd stay at the Grand America. Of course, they'd stay at the Grand America, wouldn't they? No, they don't, because it's not great for security. There's all kinds of underground tunnels and different ways to get into the building.
There
When a
are. How do you know? That's cool.
When President Obama came to town, he didn't stay there. They need certain buildings with certain access on the street or no access on the street. They'll park big dump trucks and garbage trucks in front of a building. It's not surprising that they would tow the cars. Move
I'd
your
say
damn car.
it's not surprising. I just think it was unnecessary.
Well, you don't understand why it's necessary. Of course you don't think it's necessary. You're not in the Secret Service.
I understand why they think it's necessary.
But you think you know better than the Secret Service.
I also don't think it's necessary to see Mike So the Mike Pence motorcade part of it came first. So it's Mike Pence and his wife, and some aides and stuff. But there are like 14 black Escalades. Boom, 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 boom. Going hell bent up to the University of Utah. 8 black Escalades for the vice president, and then I think the Kamala Harris people. It was much more modest. Mike Pence doesn't need 8 or 10 Escalades taking him up to the University of Utah, but I don't understand. I guess I don't understand.
You don't.
2 words: car bomb.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's
Well,
traffic,
that makes
please.
sense. Now that does make sense to me. Yeah. that
Traffic,
makes sense.
please.
I don't think there are any car bombs this morning. Let's see. I don't think we have much of anything going on this morning because they towed all the cars, so nobody has a car to drive this morning. If you see something, though, please text us 33986 and I will pass it along.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News, Geek News, and at 7 o'clock it is Beat Gina. 2 exciting things about this. First of all, it's trivia for the Aliens trilogy because it's Sigourney Weaver's birthday.
Yay.
And also, I think are we throwing in that extra prize, Katie? Do we have them? A Radio from Hell mask.
Radio from Hell face mask.
We're going to put
Radio.
it in the tote bag? Is that what we're going to do?
I think you're getting this instead of the tote bag. We'll
Yeah.
figure that out. But people will want the Radio from Hell face mask coming up.
Let me just say, coming up in the news, Carrie,
Yes.
we have a woman. We're going to talk to her in the news. She is she served as she's the co-chair of the Utah for Biden campaign, and she was a surrogate for Vice President Biden in various panels and debates during the election. So we'll talk to her in the news.
Cool, coming up. SaltLakeFilmSociety.org or SLFS.org.
Planned Hand from Outer Space.
Yes.
Love it.
Planned
this
Hand
is-
from Outer Space.
This is our own Trent Harris, locally favorite filmmaker Trent Harris, with his parody of Plan 9, which involves Mormons and spaceships and
Yep, and you
aliens.
can see it. You can see it tomorrow night at the the Backlot Motor Cinema, presented by Redmond Movies and Stories and the Salt Lake Film Society. Plan 10 from Outer Space, 1994 science fiction film starring Karen Black and written and directed by our good friend Trent Harris. It is described here as a surreal satire of Mormon theology. So if you want to go to this drive-in movie theater, it's on a huge screen. If you've never seen it on a big screen, it'll be worth it for that alone. All you have to do is go to slfs.org and look for the Studio Backlot Motor Cinema, and you can get tickets. And this will sell out, by the way, so you should go there today and make sure your car is there for that movie, drive-in movie tomorrow night. I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of did you hear that? You're now the voice of
It's my
reason.
dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness.
It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should something be something
Do you want me to try to read it?
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who
effort.
doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop. And now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Let's dive right into news brought to you by.
On the hunt for a trophy truck or SUV, $3,500 more for your trade, and not a payment till next year. Your trophy ride is at National.
Well, it was a big deal last night, the vice presidential debate between Kamala Harris and what's his name, Mike Pence, and it was there was a lot of words flung around, and some of them meant something. but some of them did not. But there was a woman who was at the debate last night. Her name is Pamela Bloom. Now, Pamela, are you there, by the way?
Yes, yes.
Hi, good morning.
Good
Pamela,
morning.
Now, Pamela, I don't know how much we can trust what you're going to have to say, because it says here that you used to be a DJ on the radio.
What?
So we don't trust radio people at all.
Does it help? It used to be country music.
Oh, I don't know.
That makes it even worse. That makes it even worse.
Carrie did too, though. Carrie used to be a country
Yeah, I did
music
2
DJ.
years, 2.5 years or so of country radio. So,
But Pamela Bloom is the former chair of the Utah State Progressive Party. She's served on a lot of committees in the state. She's currently serving as a West Jordan City Planning Commissioner. And Pamela is the spokesperson and co-chair of the Utah for Biden campaign. She's serving as surrogate for Vice President Joe Biden in various panels and debates during the election. What does that mean exactly, Pamela, that you serve as a surrogate for Biden?
It means that various organizations have me from the Biden campaign come on and actually debate on behalf of Biden. And lately it's been debating and being on panels with our favorite Greg Hughes. So that's been a lot of fun this year. But we dive into policy and we keep it very civil and help people come to a decision on who they want to vote for.
So you're able to keep it civil with Greg Hughes, huh?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge. He's great. He's great.
Greg can be very charming, that's true. So let's talk about the debate last night. I'm sure you watched every second of it. First of all, just give your overall impressions.
My overall impression is I believe it's not going to be something the history books is necessarily going to remember, except, of course, the fly, which I think we now have to put on our bingo cards for future debates. Mm-hmm. But overall, I think it's a debate that Americans needed to have some sort of normal aspect of this entire 2020, and I think that ended up being a good thing. I think both sides can come away feeling confident because if you obviously are for Pence, you're going to feel that his non-answering, his skirting around the issues and interrupting is a good thing because that's what they planned for. And if you went in for, Harris and ways she towed that line of not interrupting and being respectful and answering questions, you're going to be very happy with her performance. So I think both sides are going to come away pretty happy.
Yeah. It's interesting to me to think about personality and how it relates to electability. If you observe that debate last night, it's hard for me to be objective, obviously, but if I was being an objective person looking at it, say, who has a personality between the two people? Who shows some humanity and warmth and personality? It's not Mike Pence.
No,
not at all. I agree, especially when it became about the answer of Breonna Taylor and was justice fair. Mm-hmm. When Pence said that I believe the justice system is fair, I know personally many black and minority people who do not feel the justice system is fair, and I feel Pence's answer fell very short of comforting Americans.
Yeah. Now, people who just fact check as accurately and objectively as possible. They said there were both sides sort of non-answered certain things and stretched the truth on certain things. But what was your impression of that?
My impression, absolutely. Pence delivered the same misinformation as the president did regarding the pandemic and the taxes. And that's an issue. And unfortunately, the people who support the Trump administration don't care at all. So whether he says misinformation or not, I don't think it matters to that side.
Yeah,
I wanted a little more pushback, though, like when he said he totally shut down travel from China. He said that more than once, and
that's just not
neither
true.
Kamala or the moderator challenged him on that. He didn't completely shut down travel from China.
Didn't.
No, he didn't. I mean, the nationals were obviously shut down, but everybody else were able to come here, and that misinformation is still out there, and I think the Americans deserve to know the truth about that.
We're talking to Pamela Bloom. She's co-chair of the Biden-Harris campaign here in Utah. What a thankless job.
I have a debate question for you because I heard this analysis after. because both candidates were guilty of not answering a direct question that was asked of them, and I heard one of the analysis say that that's good debate strategy is just say what you want to say and not but I don't know that as a viewer, and I would like answers to questions. Is that good debate strategy?
It is a decent debate to strategy, and I agree with you. I really wanted to know the answers, but oftentimes politicians will skirt around the issues if they don't have a positive answer for that particular question. So they weigh it if I answer it, is it worse than if I don't answer it? And that's where that ideology comes from.
I don't understand either why, and it didn't seem that Kamala Harris or the moderator tried to nail Pence on this continued. We have if we repeal Obamacare completely, we have a health care plan. We have it ready to go. It's ready. Well, no one's ever seen it.
Plan?
No one's ever seen it. So I don't
agree.
know.
And it comes down to the economics as well. If you look at the economics of both sides, the Penn Business School, who is very nonpartisan, could not do an analysis of Trump's economic plan because it's too vague. Like, there's no plan there.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the biggest lie of the evening is when Mike Pence said, Donald Trump and I have always told the American people the truth.
Well, The Fly certainly said something about that.
Yes. My favorite tweet about The Fly was Patton Oswalt, who said, Ew, I'm a fly and I've got Mike Pence stuck on my stomach.
Listen, I grew up on a farm. I know what flies are attracted to. Anyway,
Pamela, nice to meet you. Sort of in person. We've texted back and forth. Now we've spoken, and it's nice to hear your voice. And thank you for being on the show with us. And we'll have you back sometime. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Still got some news time here.
A minute, and then
okay. So let me talk about. This is interesting. During a hearing yesterday, suspected murderer Ayoola Ajayi, accused of murdering Mackenzie Lueck, that young woman who, I guess, he lured to his Airbnb on the west side down there by the fair park, and then he. He decided he was going to plead guilty.
Oh.
So he pled guilty to charges of criminal homicide, aggravated murder, and abuse or desecration of a human body because, he tried to burn parts of the body, and then they finally found some remains up in Logan Canyon, as I recall. He said, I'm guilty. In exchange for that guilty plea, he will not face the death penalty in that case. And an Ogden man was arrested after he allegedly ate the internal organs of a dog and a cat.
Yeah.
Police were originally called to the home of Bruce Anthony Sanders when they were informed that he had cut off his finger. Sanders refused to allow the cops into his house. Officers left the scene. Then his girlfriend called the police the following day, and she said, I think he's dead. There's a lot of blood in the apartment. They went to the apartment, the cops did. They found a disemboweled dog and a cat in a bathtub and a bloody baseball bat nearby. Mr. Sanders said, oh, yeah, I chopped them up and I ate their hearts.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a mental issue going on there. Maybe just a little bit. And then finally this. Britney Spears' lawyer actually said in court the other day, they're still talking about, conservatorship. Can she control her own life? He said, A, she has no interest in performing ever again. Ooh. And then he said she lacks the mental capacity to sign a sworn declaration in this case. He said she has the mental capacity of a comatose patient.
Her lawyer?
Her lawyer said that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Real Salt Lake needed points to go their way last night, and they didn't. They lost 2-1 to the Seattle Sounders in a fanless Century Field. The loss puts Salt Lake out of the playoff picture for now. 7 games left and a road game against the Portland Timbers. coming up on Saturday. Weather, so today, warm, 84. We still got that smoky, gunky air going on, though. But remember, we've got the storm coming in this weekend that hopefully will get rid of some of that haze, and it's definitely going to cool things down. Sunday, we'll only have a high of 52 with a chance of showers and a high of 58 on Monday. Columbus Day, it says here. That's not Columbus Day. It's Indigenous Peoples Day. And I believe Mayor Mendenhall has... I don't know, we can talk to her about that.
How about the state, though? I don't know if the state has done it or not.
Let's talk to Mayor Mendenhall about that. Yeah. Traffic, we've got crash eastbound 12th Street at Lincoln Avenue in Ogden. 2 cars are on the right shoulder there. Crash Main Street 6 South in Tooele. And I believe that's it. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Fur babies or family, shower them with love and holistically focused food and treats from Ma and Pa's Bakery, Mill Creek American Fork, and maandpasbakeryinc.com.
All right, thank you. Let's see. You can call the lineup now to play Beat Gina if you'd like. 877-602-9696. You'll be on hold for a while, but you got a chance to win a Radio from Hell face mask, as Katie is displaying at x96.com/live. You can
Very
see her in the studio. But let's see. Right now it is Geek News brought to you by
30th anniversary of Dr. Volt's Comic Connection, Salt City Strangers, and The Gull. What does that mean to you, Carrie?
It's a local comic book.
Oh, okay.
And so these are local superheroes.
Presents Dr. Volt's Comics, exciting comic-based mascot of Dr. Volt. Oh,
yeah.
All right.
It'll be a comic based on Dr. Volt.
That's
himself.
cool.
Yeah, all right. All right. Now I open up my news this morning, and I see this headline that says, Marvel and DC movies could flood theaters in 2021 and 2022. And then there's a whole list of all the movies that are lined up. And you can see all those movies that are lined up to open, practically back to back. And I just deleted that story, and I went to this one. Director Patty Jenkins says that we could lose the movie theater going forever. Says if we shut this down, this will not be a reversible process, she said to Reuters in an interview from Los Angeles. We could lose movie theater going forever. While theater attendance has rebounded in some countries following a global shutdown in March, the U.S. market is struggling. And if more cinemas get closed after Regal owner Cineworld decided to shut its venues amid the lack of Hollywood films, remember the guy said we're like a grocery store that can't get produce or meat or anything. We just can't stay open. The director suggested it would be the kind of thing that happened to the music industry, where you could crumble the entire industry by making it something that can't be profitable. Exhibition giants Cinemark and AMC said that they're going to stay open, but that's still not many theaters, not enough for movie companies to decide to release a lot of stuff, although they're releasing some things into theaters, like this. Apparently this weekend there's a Robert De Niro comedy called The War with Grandpa.
Oh,
That'll bring them in droves to the theater.
So there's that. I wasn't even going to look at the list of what's coming and when, because you just can't make a list like that yet. You just can't. It's just all speculation. And here's another situation. Director Colin Trevorrow tweeted yesterday that Jurassic World Dominion has to halt 2 weeks because we had some positive COVID tests on the set.
Yeah.
So they can't even finish filming films. And then I told you about this trailer on Monday. I told you about the trailer for Free Guy, that Ryan Reynolds movie. And I told everybody to go see it. Well, I take credit for this because it scored 55 million views in the first 24 hours.
That all comes from Radio from Hell.
I'm sure
I
it
think
does.
so. I think so. But it's in terms of comps, the Free Guy trailer surpassed Ready Player One, 44.5 million, and Ant-Man and the Wasp at 50 million. With those access to statistics. So, and again, it's exciting to watch that trailer Where are you going to see it? I don't know. Let's see now. Here's another story. Tom DeLonge, who's in Blink-182, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we all know he's a UFO enthusiast. He is going to make his directorial debut with a movie called Monsters of California.
Sounds very scary.
Cool.
He's got, well, right away, he's got Richard Kind.
I'm there then.
Hey, I get to play one of the monsters.
It's Bing Bong.
Bing bong.
Bing Bong the monster.
So if Richard Kind wasn't enough, how about Casper Van Dien?
Real? Where's he been?
Yeah, good question.
He's my house guest.
Monsters of California is a coming-of-age adventure with a science fiction twist that follows Dallas Edwards and his derelict friend on a quest for the meaning behind a series of mysterious paranormal events in Southern California. The truths they uncover begin to unravel extraordinary secrets held tightly within the deepest levels of the government. So we're going to get a peek inside Tom DeLonge's head, basically.
Uh-oh.
And let's see, a couple of things here. Let's skip this one. You remember that Krypton show that was on a little while ago? It's like, how would you like a Superman show that does not have Superman? It's Superman's grandpa. It lasted a season.
Was it Robert De Niro?
But during a recent interview, RoboCop screenwriter Ed Neumeyer, this is the original RoboCop from long ago, says he's working on a prequel series focusing on the life of a young Dick Jones.
Who?
You know, the head of the corporation, OCP.
Huh? No, wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm lost now.
Exactly.
I
The
don't
head
care,
of-
I don't think.
Exactly. You don't care, and neither does anyone. Who wants to see that? No one. And finally, this for our attorney, Ed Brass. Ed, I did not know this, but there are apparently, 1, 2, 3 animated Godzilla movies on Netflix. I didn't know that. And I found that out because they announced a new one is coming. It's going to be called Godzilla Singular Point, planned for next year. But it's anime type shows, but it's Godzilla movies done in anime style. So Ed, there you go. When you're having when you need a Godzilla fix. All right. Traffic.
I gotta go all the way to Moab for an accident?
Well, see you later.
I mean,
It'll take you a while to get there.
I know we have listeners in Moab because they call us, so I'll do it. Crash both directions, US 191 and 5th South in Moab. The northbound and southbound right lanes are closed. So that's for that one guy down in Moab that calls us once in a while. If you see an accident, wherever you are, maybe I know we have listeners in Minnesota and New York and California and Texas. Send us traffic, and I'll do that too.
All right. We will take a break. 877-602-9696. Call in, line up to beat Gina. It's Alien movie trivia. Oh, you went and got yours. Oh, I need to go. I'll go down this weekend and pick up mine.
My Radio from Hell face mask.
We're giving one away if you beat Gina at Aliens Trilogy Trivia because it's Sigourney Weaver's birthday. Gina, Lim Jewelers.
Oh, yes, Lim Jewelers. I love these people. It's a family-owned business since 1949. They're at 574 East Fort Union Boulevard in Midvale. You can actually start your Lim Jeweler journey, though, online because they have a lot of their jewelry there that you can see very beautifully photographed, and it's custom jewelry. So say you have a dream about, I've always wanted a necklace that looks a certain way with a certain gemstone in it. Take your idea to Lim Jewelers, and they can create it for you. They're artists, locally owned and operated family business. They've got a showroom with stuff in the case if you want to go look at it. But I think it's an interesting idea to design your own jewelry and have them make it for you right there. Craftsmanship, attention to detail. Every piece of jewelry they create is personable. They are easy to work with. You'll consider them family too. Go to limjewelers.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his ring. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
100 gents.
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Can I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I gotta do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Johnny, there we go. Okay.
Everyone wants to beat Gina. And so we call our game Beat Gina. And today, you'll try to beat Gina at a game of trivia about the Alien movies. But not the Alien, Prometheus, or Resurrection movies, because no one wants to remember those two. And remember, on the radio, no one can hear you scream. So here we go, and here he comes, the host of Beat Gina. When someone asks, who put him in charge? The answer is, we did. He's out of this world, but down to earth. He's Kerry Jack Jackson.
All right, thank you very much, Johnny. Thanks for coming up out of the basement to introduce me. Thank you.
You're welcome very much.
All right, we had 3 contestants on the phone, and we tossed a coin off the air. And it came up, line 1, Melanie is going to play our game against Gina. You ready, Melanie?
I am ready. Good morning.
Good morning. Good. All right, Melanie, at stake is a Radio from Hell face mask. Now, the dilemma that we've had with, like, boner T-shirts and tote bags is that our office is closed, and it's too expensive to mail those out. But they found that they can probably mail these to people. They're smaller. So we'll mail them to you if you win, Melanie. But you got to beat Gina at Alien movie trivia, the Alien trilogy, because it's Sigourney Weaver's birthday.
I understand that Melanie's going to go to Pretty Bird and get some nice food from a local restaurant.
I should do that.
It's delicious
for lunch tomorrow.
And I can tell you, they've got their social distance ordering thing down. You order online, and then you just walk up to the outside of the store, and they're there waiting for you. So, let's toss a coin to see. Let's toss a coin to see who goes first. Melanie, heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads. Let's see what the coin toss app says. Here we go. It is heads. You go first. That means you do have an advantage in this game. The first question is yours to answer on your own. And if you get it correct, you get the point. If you don't, then Gina gets a chance to answer it correctly and steal your point away. Here we go. Melanie, what is Ellen Ripley's position aboard the Nostromo? The Nostromo's the ship they were on in Aliens. Okay. The first one.
I'm Alaska. Thank you.
Was it A, a medic, B, a warrant officer, C, mask enforcer, or D, party planning committee chairperson?
I'll go with B.
Warrant officer? That
Yes,
is correct.
That's correct. That's 1 point for Melanie. And now we go to the subject of Beat Gina, and she gets to try to tie the game.
Gina, who was the captain of the Nostromo? This is from the first movie. Is it A, Dallas, B, Horatio Magellan Crunch, C, Morgan, or D, Ash?
Dallas.
Dallas is correct.
Yes, that's correct. Played by Tom Skerritt, who never seemed to be able to close his mouth.
I'll go back and watch it again now.
Mouth breather. Any acting job that Tom Skerritt did, he's a mouth breather.
It's true. I can see that.
All right, the game is tied. Melanie, you control the question.
Melanie, who were the pair of engineers who provided a bit of light humor during the first movie, Alien? Who were the engineers? What were their names? Is it A, Rick and Morty, B, Geordi and Montgomery, C, Parker and Brett, or D, LeVar and Legrand?
C, Parker and Brett.
Parker and Brett is
Wow.
correct.
It is
Nobody
correct.
knows her aliens.
It
or
is.
aliens. If
Played by Yaphet Kotto and
Harry
he just
Dean
died.
Stanton.
Harry Dean Stanton just died recently. Dr. Volz has action figures of them that look just like him. All right.
All right, it's 2-1 for Melanie, but now Gina has a chance to tie.
All right. Gina, who found the alien eggs in the derelict ship in the first film? Who found the eggs? Was it A, Kane, B, Eric, C, Ripley, or D, Lucky?
Was it It wasn't Ripley. It was Ripley?
Is that your
It
answer?
wasn't Ripley.
Is your
that
answer
your final
Ripley?
answer?
My answer is Ripley.
That is incorrect.
I thought so. That's why
Melanie.
Melanie, chance to steal and win the game.
It was A, Kane.
Wow.
Melanie wins. Beat Gina with a score of 3-1.
These were all about the first movie.
Well, you didn't give me a chance to get into the second one.
That's my favorite. Give me a question. Hang on just a second, Melanie. You won, but give me a question from the.
You want to? Okay, question from the second one. All right. Name the ship that transport the Marines to the colony. Is it A, the Nostromo, B, the Sulaco, C, the Cerritos, or D, the USS Degenerate?
I don't know. B.
I thought that was your favorite movie.
The Sulaco.
I don't remember that.
What do you remember exactly?
Watch her in charge.
Why don't you ask a question about that then, Carrie?
I'm sorry. Admittedly, we had more from the first movie than the second one. All right.
Well, Melanie, you are our very first winner of a Radio from Hell face mask. We haven't given one away before.
How about
you were
that?
Very special.
I can tell you're excited, Melanie.
She's probably on hold.
Okay.
Oh, so Melanie would if you could put Melanie back on, we could find out. Nah, never mind. I'm going to go now. Goodbye.
Bye, Johnny. Thank you very much. And I'm already being excuse-me'd. Excuse me.
About what?
The Ripley series is not a trilogy.
Oh, crap.
It's a quadrilogy. You
Okay.
forgot Alien Resurrection. Excuse me.
Everybody forgets Alien Resurrection, and nobody wants Alien Prometheus. So
The second one's the best one.
I can't remember which one of those movies it is, Prometheus or Resurrection, I think, that I watched, and I could not figure out really what was going on, and B, I was bored to death. God.
That sounds like Prometheus.
I think it was.
Speaking of which, though, you're watching Raised by Wolves, right?
Oh, yes.
Did you give up on it?
No. No, it's too good.
Oh.
It's produced by Ridley.
How far in?
Episode 7. So what just happened was Mother has escaped her bonds and is about to come back into charge, I think.
I don't think me telling you this will ruin anything. It'll just make it kind of cool.
Okay.
Apparently that show takes place in the Ridley Scott Alien universe.
Ooh.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's all I'm saying.
If you want some interesting thing about that show, too, it dawned on me, the Mithraics, that's the religious people in the series. I thought, Mithraic, well, that's a thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I looked it up. It's an ancient Christian religion. It's a whole thing. You should just read about the Mithraic Christian religion.
Interesting.
The early Christians didn't care for the Mithraic Christians at all.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. I've got a crash in Provo Canyon, westbound US 189 at milepost 9. And that's it. We've had a very light traffic morning. It's because they towed all those cars on Bill Street for the vice presidential debate. Nobody has a car to drive this morning.
Must be it.
That's got to be part of the problem. Scott Hale's offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
We've got your boners round 1 coming up here. The candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, sorry, man, but I just got a party. Number 2, well, that's some expensive off-roading. And number 3, homegrown Utah racism, number 1.
All right. We got round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. First of all, though, we have a message from Red Butte Garden. They've got some stuff happening.
Boo! It's botanical. It's a Halloween event at Red Butte Garden. They always do one, and for years I took my kids up there. It really is great for kids at Red Butte for Halloween.
And during the day, it's free.
Absolutely. Thanks to a generous grant by the Utah Legislature through the Division of Arts and Museums, free daytime admission to Red Butte Garden. Free admissions Monday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Tuesdays from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and then $5 Tuesdays through Sundays from 5 to 9 at night. So even $5 is not, that's hardly anything. So you need to pre-register online to go, because they want to practice social distancing. So Red Butte Garden, it's the botanical in the garden until the end of the month, and you just simply go to redbuttegarden.org. redbuttegarden.org. That's where you go.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
And it stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed. but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God. And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good, Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today is no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
Jeez. This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
All right, it's 7:21 right now, and it is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 2's voting. We'll do this again at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there. And then we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other for boner fight. That happens at 9:20, and that is when you decide boner of the day. So here we go. Pick your champion for round 1. Send it forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. We still haven't figured out how to mail them out yet, but someday you will get a Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Sorry, man, I just got a party, you know? Country singer Morgan Wallen. will no longer appear as this week's musical guest on Saturday Night Live. NBC's decision to drop Wallen comes after the 27-year-old singer was caught on video partying maskless at a bar in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Getting asked to be the musical guest on Saturday Night Live is huge for your career, and he just blew it.
Wallen confirmed the unfortunate news in a video published to his Instagram page. He apologized for partying maskless. It's a tough video for me to make, but a necessary one, began Wallen. He said, I'm really sorry. You see, I got a call from those people at Saturday Night Live informing me that I'm not going to be able to perform because I violated the COVID protocols. He went on to say that he understands the decision, but that I'm not positive for COVID. I got tested. I'm not positive, but I understand. They told me, because they told him, don't do this.
Yeah.
You know, they send out a list of protocols.
Yes.
Yeah. And one of them is make sure that you stay away from everything like that before you come on the show. Boner candidate number 1. Sorry, man, I just got a party. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, that's some expensive off-roading. A supercar worth 6 figures has been significantly damaged after it became stuck in sand dunes on a beach in Newcastle, South Wales. Vision from the incident, or pictures from the incident, shows the dark gray Maserati, which is a car that's worth more than any of our houses, at a standstill in the sand at Anna Bay at Port Stephens on September 30th, with a tow cord attached between its front bumper and the rear of another driver's car. As the Ute, as they call it, a utility vehicle, the car starts to accelerate and try to pull the Maserati out of the sand. An audible crack can be heard, and the Maserati's bumper comes flying off, snapping it into pieces. Bystanders watching the attempt at recovering the vehicle can be heard. Now, it says here, gasping and swearing. I would be laughing my ass off. The driver of the utility vehicle trying to pull it out is unaware of what just happened, and he keeps trying to tow it again. Finally, they did get the car out. It doesn't say right here how much the Maserati is worth, but I mean, they're up hundreds, 300,000, something like that.
Probably.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2. Well, that's some expensive off-roading. Coming up in a moment, homegrown Utah racism number 1.
Oh. We got candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by
Zero-Res carpet cleaning's been proven in lab tests to remove more dirt and soil than any other method. Their powered water cleaning means no soap, no shampoos, and no toxic chemicals. To schedule your Zero-Res cleaning today, visit ZeroResSLC.com.
This just in, President Trump says he will refuse to participate in the next presidential debate after organizers, the debate commission, said we're going to do a virtual debate. Instead of having you there in person, we're going to do a virtual format because of health concerns about the coronavirus.
You're contagious, sir.
The Commission on Presidential Debates, citing the health and safety of everyone involved, abandoned plans Thursday for an in-person debate in Miami, scheduled for October 15th, saying that Mr. Trump and Joe Biden would instead debate from separate locations. And the president said, oh, no, we won't. He, of course, tested for coronavirus positive last week. He immediately dismissed the plan, calling the idea of a remote debate ridiculous and accusing the debate commission without evidence of trying to protect his Democratic opponent. Well, no, I don't think that's entirely accurate. I think there's plenty of evidence that they're trying to protect Joe Biden and anybody else because, well, Mr. President, you're a carrier.
So yes. So I don't know if you have this, Bill, but he said, I'm just going to hold a rally instead, because that's what I like to do anyway.
I'm not going to waste my time on a virtual debate. That's not what debating is all about. You sit behind a computer, you do a debate. It's ridiculous. It's not acceptable. Yeah,
he also said they can turn your mic off if it's virtual.
Yeah, that's the thing he hates. He won't be able to talk over.
Yeah. All right. Good news for you, Gina. I know you just love the High School Musical, the movie.
Sure.
And you love the series, too, I'm sure. High School Musical, the series. It's going to complete production on season 2. It will... and it's still being done here in Utah.
Mhm.
The 45. They're going to do a special High School Musical, the musical holiday special. The 45-minute special is set to premiere on December 11th on Disney Plus. It was filmed remotely. It says here at the homes of the cast members, who I'm sure, as you know, Gina, are Olivia Rodrigo, Joshua Bassett, Matt Cornett, Sophia Wiley, Larry Saperstein, Julia Lester, Dara Renee, Frankie Rodriguez. It goes on and on and on. Did I mention your favorite, Gina? Did I?
Well, I mean, I prefer the movies with your Zac Efrons. That's where this is the TV show. But that's okay.
So you're against progress then, I guess.
I just
and holiday
you asked
specials.
who my favorite was.
Zac Efron is not going to be in the holiday special, Gina. He's not. Let's see. So the fly on Mike Pence's head during the debate last night it was the best thing I've seen in a long time. The fly was on his head for about 2 minutes. Just sat there on his head. He was unaware that it was there, and it brought out a lot of wonderful comments on Twitter and elsewhere. Pence, so this is the Daily Show tweeting about it. Pence apologizing to Mother right now for getting to third base with fly.
That's a good one.
I think the fly won the debate, said someone. Let's see, what else? Here's my favorite, Patton Oswalt. Ew, that fly has Mike Pence on his stomach. The fly is free now and getting a COVID test. Let's see, what else? One other good one here.
It's just perfect. His hair looked all crunchy and like sprayed to death, and you could tell when the fly was crawling on it that was a hard surface. It was crawling.
It looked to me like it was stuck.
It almost did, yeah.
Like fly paper, like
hairspray. Like it was, because there's all that product or whatever it is that he's got. Probably.
Aquanet. Yeah.
And he also had pink eye.
Yeah.
Which is a symptom of COVID. I know he was tested, but he had the pink eye. And his wife, Mother, I'm wagging my finger
Karen Pence.
X96.com/live. So they come up at the end, and there's Doug. Doug's got his mask on.
Doug is Gina. No, you see, not everyone is intimately familiar with Kamala Harris's husband.
Doug.
Who's
Kamala
Doug?
Harris's husband.
Doug.
Came up on stage at the end wearing his mask. Not only did Mother take her mask off, she did it in dramatic fashion. And came up on stage to stand with. Because that is a... never mind.
Pence and Kamala Harris, both skilled debaters. Their debate last night was far easier to watch than last week's presidential debate, but there was a problem. There were some misstatements on both sides. Here's a partial list of some of them. One day, Joe Biden is going to raise your taxes, Pence said. Biden has proposed tax increases only on households making $400,000 a year or more. Pence said that he and Trump had a plan to protect pre-existing conditions for every American in health care. Not true.
Nope.
Pence claimed that Trump had suspended all travel from China. He did not.
Nope.
Pence said that the Trump administration would continue to listen to science on climate change. What do you mean continue?
Continue?
Yeah.
They have never listened to. I don't think science knows.
No, and in
said
fact,
the
Kamala said that she quoted Donald Trump and said that.
Yeah. Let's see. Utah now reporting yesterday 1,007 COVID-19 cases and 8 deaths. I'm not going to read any more statistics about that. Let's see. There were protests at the University of Utah last night.
Our own Amy Donaldson was up there. If you go to her Twitter feed, AD on Sports, she has quite a few photos and videos.
People chanted and clashed. One rally organized by Students for a Democratic Society marched to the university demanding reforms on housing and health care, calling for an end to police brutality and action on climate change. Valerie Maciel showed up in a Future is Female T-shirt to support Kamala Harris and express her disapproval of President Trump. He's a predator, she said. His morality was in question. Before we... this made me think. I got to find this. If I can find this really quick. Pete Buttigieg. Did you read this? So Pete Buttigieg was, he ran for president in this latest election and in the primaries, and he was...
I love Mayor Pete. I want him to be somewhere in the administration.
Here it is. This is so good. So, former Democratic presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg dropped a bomb on President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence during an interview yesterday on Fox News. The former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, appeared on the conservative network ahead of the night's vice presidential debate, and he was asked by host Martha McCallum to explain what Democratic vice presidential candidate Senator Kamala Harris of California might say to justify how her stance has evolved on issues when she and Joe Biden differed. So your stance on has differed from Joe Biden's, but you're having to bring them around. How do you explain that? For instance, Smith mentioned Medicare for All, which Harris, during her bid for the Democratic presidential nomination, was more willing to embrace than Biden. She said, yes, I believe in health care for all. Now she's kind of backing off on that. Well, here's what Pete Buttigieg said. This is a classic parlor game of trying to find a little bit of daylight between running mates. If people want to play that game, why don't we look at why an evangelical Christian like Mike Pence wants to be on a ticket with a president caught with a porn star? And then he went on to give other examples. I think most Americans want to hear about it. Our families are going to be better protected when they have been than they have been by Trump, who has failed to secure America in the face of one of the most dangerous things to ever happen to our country. Of course, the host of the interviewer on Fox had really nothing to say about that. You want to play that game? Let's play it all night.
Let's do that. Let's go there. You ready?
I could do it forever. How about immigration policy? He called it. He said it was unconstitutional. Then Mike Pence called it unconstitutional, and then he teamed up with Donald Trump, and everything's okay now with the immigration policy. So anyway,
all right. Weather, traffic.
So today we got another warm day, 84 for a high. We still have that smoky, hazy, gunky air, but I'm hopeful that'll be at least somewhat gone by this weekend when this storm comes in. Chance of showers on Sunday, and will be much cooler. High of only 52 Sunday and 58 on Monday. Traffic, we have crash I-80 westbound approaching 5600 west. Delays are backed up to the Wright Brothers Drive exit there. And that's a fairly significant one, but the only one being reported right now. You can report one if you see one. Text it to us, won't you please, at 33986. Every day at Subway restaurants, you get a different 6-inch sub of the day on your choice of bread with any veggies you want for a great low price. Participating restaurants, extras additional plus tax, no additional discounts or coupons.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Homegrown Utah racism, number 1. Some racist remarks aimed at a high school student in southern Utah are pushing parents, students, and coaches to take action. They're coming together in an effort to try and end racism. Keen Webb, a sophomore at Dixie High School in St. George, said as one recent example, a kid in the hallway called him a cotton picker. That's one of them that really bothered me, he said. I didn't even know that kid. His mother, Michelle Webb, said she was hurt to hear what happened when Keene wore an I Can't Breathe shirt, a reference to George Floyd, whose death energized the current civil rights movement. He was called a terrorist, she said. Take off that T-shirt. You're a terrorist. You hate police officers, some of the students, his classmates said. Since then, many friends and classmates, though, have reached out to Keene to ask how he's doing. His basketball team has rallied around him, which is nice, and other students have. But he said this isn't the first time. He said He's had to endure racist remarks, but when they called me a cotton picker and a terrorist, that's just too much. Boner candidate and number 3, homegrown Utah racism, number 1.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, sorry man, I just got a party. Country singer Morgan Wallen was dropped as this week's musical guest on Saturday Night Live because he was caught on video partying without a face mask several days before the show. Boner candidate number 2, that's some expensive off-roading. A man driving it says here it's a $100,000 car, a $100,000 Maserati into some sand dunes. It'll go, well, a car that expensive, you would think, it could go anywhere, right? And then number 3, homegrown Utah racism, number 1.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We've got 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. Then we put them both against each other for Boner Fight. That happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide Boner of the Day for real. Right now, you got to pick your champion. For round 1, send one of these 3 candidates forward, 1, 2, or 3. Remember the number of the candidate that you wish to win this round. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696, and just use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 8, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1. What's happening downtown?
Well, they're opening up the street.
Oh, they're doing that this weekend again?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Oh,
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So today, tomorrow, Saturday, 6 to 10. The downtown SLC open streets closed for fun. Downtown spacious Main Street corridor is they've widened it out so that restaurants can put their tables out on the sidewalk and really have a lot of space there. Parts of Main Street and Market Street are closed to automobile traffic and open to physically distanced fun. They have a lot of performers, shopping, people performing music and other events. There's a lot of food, pop-up performances. Now, this isn't a festival or a block party. It's an expansion of Main Street pedestrian options, so there's plenty of space for you to be downtown and do it safely. So if you want to find out more about that, it's downtownslc.org.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you 2 losers far behind.
Right. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got Space Madness! We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his Jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say,
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
.46, and time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by tacos.
And check out Downtown SLC's Open Streets, featuring expanded outdoor dining, live performances, and art, happening Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturday evenings from 6 to 10, now through October 10th on Main Street, from 4 South to South Temple. Learn more at downtownslc.org.
Well, this will be an interesting boner fight in the 9 o'clock hour, because nobody cared about boner candidate number one. Sorry, that man, I just got a party, which is a fine enough boner candidate.
I thought it was good.
But nobody really cared about the Maserati driving off, doing off-roading either. Each one of those didn't even get a fraction of boner candidate number 3. Homegrown Utah racism wins by a huge margin. That's Homegrown Utah Racism #1. Coming up in the next hour, a little preview, we have Homegrown Utah Racism #2.
Coming up.
Yeah.
All right. I believe we have Mayor Mendenhall on the phone.
Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall, are you there? Good morning.
I'm here. Good morning.
Before we go any further, I just want to make sure that you're aware. It's exciting news. A winner has been crowned in the yearly Fat Bear competition, Alaska's Fat Bear competition.
Wow.
Number 747 was named the fattest bear of the year.
747 like a plane? Is
he was named for 747 because he's as big as a jet.
What did he weigh in at?
Let's see. It says here, so they don't actually put them on a scale, but he weighs well over 1,000 pounds. They say.
Wow.
Thank you so much for letting me know.
I knew you'd.
That's going to change the course of my day.
You're wasting our time with the mayor with that, Bill.
I can bitch about the flag some more.
I want to hear about going to Orange.
Orange, you glad I'm not going to bitch about the flag?
No.
You are right now.
I'm not going to. Orange, let's talk about that, Mayor Mendenhall.
Well, I made the request to the governor, and we may know, today or tomorrow or perhaps this weekend if he'll grant that request. But the reason is in the last 2 weeks, we've seen that reverse in trend that we were worried about. And we've seen the 3 highest positive test case days in the entire pandemic in the last 2 weeks in Salt Lake City and in Salt Lake County. So I'm not going to wait for more evidence. We've gone beyond the 2 weeks of this trend, just barely, and it's time for us to get at least moderate with our restrictions.
So what would it mean if indeed the governor says, okay, you can put Salt Lake City back in orange? What would that mean practically?
I think the biggest thing would be the limitation of large gatherings, which under yellow allows you to go up to 20 people. I'm sorry, up to 50 people. Orange would take it back to 20 people. We're seeing, based on the public health data at the county and the state level, that this is a lot of social spreading. It's not a lot of workplace spreading. So going to work, wearing your mask, going to the grocery store, we're doing pretty well there. But it's when we're getting together now for birthday parties and barbecues and visiting friends and having extended family over, people aren't wearing their masks, and we're seeing a lot of spread in the social settings.
So you go back to let's say we do go back to orange. What's to make you or anyone believe that people will change their behavior?
Right. I think when the state created those color code restrictions back in the early spring, they did. It's still the only tool that we really have to request changes through. But I think now we've learned that some of those are broad brushstrokes, those restrictions, and through the public health work and the way that businesses have been evolving, I think that we can take a more refined approach. And that's what I'd like to be able to do with the state's permission to work with our public health officials and our business community to say, what do we really need to get at what's going on right here, and what do we not need to put in place as a burden to our residents or our businesses. But what people need to be hearing is as plain as the trends that are on the county and the state's charts. We're spiking, and you're doing a good job putting the mask on sometimes, but sometimes is not enough. So if that message can get through, that's the most important part.
Did I read somewhere that New York, maybe they're talking about starting to issue, or was it California, $1,000 fines for people violating COVID restrictions? Let's shift a little bit while we still have some time left and talk about the vice presidential debate last night. Your impressions we're interested in, and also what it did for the city, how it affected the city, how did Salt Lake City handle all of it? Just talk about all of that a little bit.
We're really proud to have hosted the vice presidential debate in Salt Lake City. You know that the state of Utah has never hosted a presidential or vice presidential debate in the history of the nation. So it's a big deal for our city. And it was a lovely day, too, on top of it here in the city to put our University of Utah on showcase and show the world what a beautiful place this is. Salt Lake City Police Department and all of the coordinating agencies who've been planning for months and months. I think did a really excellent job, because as I drove through the city, I saw people on street corners everywhere, mostly supporting Vice President Biden and Senator Kamala Harris. But the point is that they were out there exercising their First Amendment rights. They were doing so safely. We really didn't have any major incidents at all. So I think Salt Lake City did a great job, and the debate was much more substantial than the presidential debate last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was, by the way, compliments to the Salt Lake City motorcycle cops. I live right on the corridor where the motorcade went and all of that. And they, the motorcycle cops, and there were a lot of them, they're magnificent. They are absolutely magnificent.
I will tell them that.
They ride in formation. They're perfect, and they're fast, and they look great. I was incredibly impressed. If you go to my Twitter at RFHBill, you can see them as they're coming back from the University of Utah. I did a short video of them.
Bill, I'll let you know next time we're hiring for the motorcade.
Oh, listen, it was, I used to have a motorcycle like the ones they ride, those are Japanese motorcycles. I think there might be Suzuki's. And it just made me think, God, I'd like to do that again sometime. But I'm way past that. But give my compliments to Chief Brown and all.
I will. There wasn't as much pageantry as I think we might have seen if we weren't in a pandemic and hosting what is sort of like the political Olympics when debates come to town. But it was, you're right. It was fun to see people out on the street and see our motorcade driving through the city doing a great job.
Yeah.
And we got a little influx of some tax money, I think, because we're not
Seriously.
having the tourism dollars and things. But any idea how many people came into town for the debate?
A few thousand, and about $7 million in revenue came in with the debate. So it was very good for our local economy.
Nice.
Yeah, without the pandemic, it would have been a lot more people, but that's still substantial. Mayor Mendenhall.
Can we do a wrap by encouraging people to vote? Please vote. Please find out if you're registered to vote. If you've moved in the last year, find out if that ballot's going to make its way to you. You have all the way up through Election Day to do that. You can show up at a polling location on November 3rd. Even if your address has changed, they can take care of you. But just do it. Take care of it. And figure out what your voting plan is, whether you're going to vote by mail or show up at a polling location. But, oh, my gosh, we need to vote. This election is so important.
Yeah. Vote.utah.gov. And remember, Carrie, Bill, and Gina will be at polling places. We'll be watching to make sure things go okay. That's what we're going to do.
That brings me a great sense of security. Thank you.
I bet it does. All right. Thanks, Mayor Mendenhall.
Thank you. Have a great day.
See you.
Thank you very much. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we got a crash westbound US 189 in Provo Canyon. Cars are on the right shoulder. This is about a mile before the mouth of the canyon. Crash I-80 westbound approaching the 5600 West exit. Delays backing up to the Wright Brothers Drive exit. And let me refresh one other page and make sure I have the most up-to-date information for you. That's how I roll. I give you the most up-to-date traffic information I can. That's it. It's been a fairly light morning, so I'll just take this moment to remind you about Moochie's. They'd like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup is available.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Sean Means reviewing some movies. Got quite a list here, so we'll have to rush through it, but we'll get them to you. Also, round two of your boners on the way. UtahAdvocates.com is the website.
Yeah, you deserve an advocate. If you've been,
you do.
Yeah, if you've been injured in an accident, you deserve somebody who can help you navigate the insurance dilemma.
You don't have to navigate it. Just hand it over to them. They know what they're doing. You focus on getting better and healing, and let them argue with the insurance company.
The advocates specialize not only in auto accidents, but also pedestrians, dog bites, slip and fall, all of that kind of stuff. So if you've been hurt in an accident and you think that it wasn't your fault, you should contact them. Call the advocates. They won't charge you any money for the phone call. As a matter of fact, they don't charge you anything unless they take your case and then end up getting you a settlement. And only when it's all over do you have to, will they take a portion of the settlement. So 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com.
from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio, and Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to. Want to talk to somebody from the food bank?
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with some.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
I said,
I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran. She disappeared. And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that a little better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short. But it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
You got a sponsor for this feature, Gina?
Yeah, it's the Dr. Volts thing again, Carrie. It's the Salt City Strangers and the Gull presents Dr. Volts Comics, exciting comic-based mascot of Dr. Volts.
All right, thank you. Sean Means is on the phone.
Yes, he is. Sean Patrick Means, the culture writer and film reviewer. You can read a lot of Sean's stuff in the Salt Lake Tribune, of course, sltrib.com, or you can just go to one convenient place, moviecricket.net. It's all there. It's all there. Right, Sean?
Most of it.
Yeah. All right. So you've got a bunch of art movies, artsies, that are out, but you've reviewed a lot of them, but you don't. Should we just have people go to your site and read them?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, go to moviecricket.net. There's just too many to get into in short amount of time.
I'll just list them real quick. Aggie, Time, Major Arcana, and those three.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to know the reviews for those and where to see them, that's there.
All right. So where do we want to start?
Well, I can't really talk much about The War with Grandpa because the embargo is not, the review embargo is not until tonight. This is a kiddie movie with Robert De Niro. The one thing I will say is that it's been on the shelf longer than the New Mutants.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's great.
That review, look for that review tonight on moviecricket.net as well.
Okay.
We'll talk about the 40-year-old version. This won the directing award at the Sundance this last time around, and I'm kind of cool on it, but I would say still watch it anyway because you get to feel like you are in at the moment of creation, and you get to see this writer director star named Radha Blank. And you'll get to say, 5 years from now, you get to say, oh yeah, I saw her first movie. It was amazing. And now she's doing whatever. Radha Blank is a playwright, and she plays a character named Radha Blank here, who is a playwright. And she used to be one of those, 30 under 30, great, had young and promising, and now she's turning 40 and the young and promising isn't really playing so well anymore. So she decides that she's going to reinvent herself by becoming a rapper.
Okay.
And bringing the attitudes of a 40-year-old black woman to hip hop, which you don't hear a lot of now.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's pretty funny stuff. When I saw the movie originally at Sundance, my thought was, if she'd run it through and edit down by about 10 minutes, she'd have a perfect movie. But otherwise, I gave it 2.5 stars. But like I said, keep an eye on it because I think Radha Blank is going to be a big thing.
I look forward to that.
Okay.
Cool.
So,
All right.
and that's playing on Netflix. So what do you got to lose?
Yeah, exactly.
So let's talk a little. The Wolf of Snow Hollow. This is a werewolf movie that was actually filmed up, I think, around Park City.
Now, if it's filmed in Utah, it's a werewolf movie. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yes.
Well, and the question becomes: is it a werewolf movie or is it something else? It has elements of that, but it starts out as sort of a horror comedy. You have these gruesome murders, gruesome killings happening up in this little ski town, and the chief deputy of the sheriff's office is trying very hard to keep everything under control and losing his marbles in the process. Because he's got, the press, and he's got the other deputies who are making jokes about werewolves, and he's got, he himself is like a recovering alcoholic and a divorced dad, but the main thing, and the other thing he's dealing with is that his father, who's the sheriff, is getting old, is got a heart murmur, and our young deputy is worried that the stress is going to do something bad to dad.
Mm-hmm.
Now the
turn him into a werewolf.
Well, or something. But the deputy is played by Jim Cummings, who is also the writer and director of the movie, and he's one of the sort of one-man band guys, and he's very fascinating to watch on screen. The sheriff, is played by Robert Forster in his final role.
This is his final role before he died. Okay.
Yeah,
he died a while ago.
Forster died almost a year ago.
Yeah.
Died last October.
He looks like a werewolf, or he did look like a werewolf.
Well, he's gruff and irascible, so yeah.
Yeah.
And it's sort of a nice version of bait and switch, because you go in hoping for a werewolf movie and you come out with this psychological drama about this deputy sort of falling apart in front of your eyes.
Oh.
But you also get werewolf.
Okay.
The answer to the werewolf question. So it's got this great mix of horror comedy and psychological drama, and it's pretty cool. So 3
All right.
stars. And
3 stars.
The Wolf of Snow Hollow is playing at some of the megaplexes. So.
All right, terrific. Trial of the
And
Chicago
then-
7.
This is Aaron Sorkin.
Ooh.
Doing Courtroom, which think back to A Few Good Men. And he wrote and directed this. He's been researching the Chicago 7 for about a decade.
It's a fascinating look at history, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, 1968 Democratic National Convention. The whole world was watching police riots outside the convention and chaos inside the convention. And this is the trial of the 7 activists: Abby Hoffman, Tom Hayden, Jerry Rubin, and the others.
Bobby
Along
Seale?
with Bobby Seale. Bobby Seale's the 8th, and they stuck him in with the others. And as he says at one point, yeah, they put me in with you guys so that the jury would be scared of a black person.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And he's and a lot of what happens in the courtroom is about him just arguing that he doesn't have his own lawyer who's supposed to be here, but the lawyer's out sick, and the judge won't hear of it. The judge thinks, oh, you're just lumped in with the other guys. He's your lawyer, and that lawyer, William Kunstler, is like, no, he's not.
Mm-hmm.
And so the courtroom was the court here, or the trial was a complete farce. The judge was very biased, was a doddering old fool, and it became a media circus, which of course Abby Hoffman was his favorite thing to do was to turn everything into a farce. There's so much in here, and you got a great cast. You got Eddie Redmayne as Tom Hayden, Sacha Baron Cohen as Abby Hoffman. Joseph Gordon-Levitt as the prosecutor. Jeremy Strong from Succession is Jerry Rubin. The judge is Frank Langella. Michael Keaton shows up at one point.
Michael Keaton
in a very important role.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the guy playing Bobby Seale is Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, who you would know as Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen.
Yes.
That guy. And he was also the villain in Aquaman.
We've seen a lot of him. Yes.
Yeah, he's really good in this. So it reminded me a lot of The Crucible, the Arthur Miller play, in that Arthur Miller wrote that in the 50s about the Salem witch trials because he was trying to make a point about the political witch trials of the McCarthy era.
Mm-hmm.
This one winds up being this is a case from 50 years ago, but it winds up saying everything about what's going on now with Black Lives Matter and protests and the establishment cracking down on protests and all that. I mean, there are scenes like when you see the Chicago cops all taking their badges off just before they're about to start cracking heads.
Yeah.
It's like, oh boy, that looked like something I saw on the news.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this week. So it is great the way it is, and Sorkin. I mean, it's Sorkin doing a courtroom movie. So you get that. I mean, there are,
I'm in.
There are things with the timeline occasionally. Sure, it's a drama. It's not a documentary. I can recommend a great documentary about the Chicago 7 called Chicago 10. If you want the straight version, but watching it reenacted with these people. Sacha Baron Cohen is amazing, of course, and
how many stars
he gets that. I give it 4 stars. I think it's great.
I don't get 4 stars very often.
I am stingy that way. Yes, it's at the megaplexes. Is it 3 of the megaplexes this week, this Friday, and then next week it's on Netflix.
On
Okay,
Netflix.
good.
Okay, wonderful.
Remember the
Thank you.
judge in that trial? They gagged and handcuffed Bobby Seale throughout much of the trial.
That is a key moment in the movie. And it's
They
amazing.
gagged him. They put a gag on him and handcuffed
Really?
him.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Frank Langella's the judge, huh? That's great. All right,
Yep.
cool. Thank you, Sean.
All right.
Thank you.
See ya.
Moviecricket.net. All right, thank you. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, that crash westbound I-80 in the final cleanup stages near 5600 West, although the right lane and shoulder are still blocked there. Let's see. That's it. We've had a very light traffic morning. Like Bill said, a bunch of cars were towed from his street. I'm guessing people don't have cars to drive today. That's why we are having that situation. If you see something, though, please text it to us, 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
All right, coming up, coming up in the news, we have Donald Trump demanding that his political opponents be jailed, and our very own Senator Mike Lee, both of them infected with the coronavirus, our very own Senator Mike Lee saying, the objective of this country is not democracy. We need to push democracy aside.
Yeah.
That's coming up in the news. Also, Boners Round 2. The candidates are Homegrown Racism, number 2. Hey, Coach, give them credit for sticking to the story, number 2. And number 3, the pandemic won't keep us from swinging.
Oh, good. I'm glad you found that one. We'll get to those and Big Boy News and Opinioendo, all coming up after these. Stand by. The Park City Area Restaurant Association presents. This is the 8th annual Dine About Park City. 8 years they've been doing this. You go to parkcityrestaurants.com. Happens once a year, and it's going until the 18th of this month. And this is a chance for locals and visitors to enjoy world-class cuisine at an incredible value. I always look at these events as a way to try out that new place that you've wanted to try, because they put together a menu for you, two-week culinary affair featuring savory 2-course lunches and 3-course dinners at more than 30 area dining establishments. So you get 2-course lunches, $10 to $15 per person. 3-course dinners at $20 to $40 per person. Just depends on the restaurant. You have to go on the website and find out. Dine About happens. And it's a great time of year for it because the leaves are changing, and so Park City Restaurants lodging partners Stay Park City, offering exclusive lodging packages for Dine About guests. So go up, have dinner, have a few drinks, and stay overnight. The list of participating restaurants and lodging options, go to parkcityrestaurants.com.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
so they said we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle.
To just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No.
They just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles had been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water and then put it in. So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle. And I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come up. He comes over to your group. He's like, get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water. So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water. Because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well,
you couldn't just say to your family, I really can't do this.
No. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling. Because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in, stick my face in, underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family...
seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you see the...
Google fish
You
right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a
you
live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine.
All right, it's 8:21, and it is time now for round two of your boners, presenting to you now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, you've got to pick a champion. For round 2, send one of these 3 candidates forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, I think it's the same thing we're receiving today, right, Katie?
Is it coming today?
We will all be enjoying lunch from Diversion Eatery, all meaning the Radio from Hell show. But someone, a random boner voter, will also be enjoying lunch or dinner from Diversion Eatery. If you win, you get a gift certificate. It'll be emailed to you, and you can look over the menu at diversioneatery.com.
I think I ordered a sausage. It's a Oktoberfest sausage. A bratwurst. All right, here we go with boner candidate number 1. It's homegrown racism number 2.
Okay.
I hope you can see the picture that goes with this. I know we'll have it at x96.com /live. I should probably have tweeted it. An employee at Copper Hills High School has been removed from her position and placed on leave after she posted a photo of herself, the photo I was just mentioning, in blackface on social media. The employee, who uses the name Megan Nicole on Instagram, is a daycare assistant at the school. Megan posted the shot of her in blackface with this caption, which I don't completely understand. No politics, no COVID, no negativity. Post a picture of something black from your camera roll. The more random, the better. I'll give you a color for your own page. I don't know what that means exactly. The school, along with the Jordan School District, was informed of the photo from tips sent to officials. Megan was immediately removed from her job, and an investigation continues. Copper Hills High School does not tolerate or condone racism in any form, said Sandy Reesgraff, Director of Communications for the district. Our school stands for respect and inclusion, where all are free to learn and work in a safe, welcoming environment.
Oh, yeah.
It is a grotesque photo.
It is.
It's a grotesque picture. I don't know what this person was thinking, but that's number one. Homegrown Utah racism, number two. Here's a boner candidate number two. Hey, Coach, give him a little credit for sticking to the story at least. Covina, California residents are being warned about two guys going door to door claiming that they're raising money for the Covina High School football team. Now, the pair unknowingly knocked on the door of one of the Covina High School football team coaches, who knew immediately that they were not members of his team. In the encounter captured on video, one of the alleged scammers told the homeowner, me and my partner, we're raising money for the Covina High School football, and we're working really hard at it, sir. The coach replied, you know, it's funny that you bring that up, because I know for a fact that you guys don't go to Covina High School because I teach there. As a matter of fact, I'm a football coach at Covina High School. Well, the scammer then went on to claim, well, I'm a running back on that team. The homeowner, the coach, says...
He kept going with it.
He doubled down. He's a Republican. He doubled down on the lie. Yeah.
No, I'm a running back. I'm a running back. Okay, tell me the name of the head coach of the team. I'm one of the coaches. Tell me the name of the head coach. I don't know. See you later. And they left. Covina High School football tweeted out the video of the incident. It said the pair not anyway associated with the football team. Boner candidate number two. Hey, Coach, at least give him a little credit for sticking to the story. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three. This pandemic will not keep us from swinging.
All right, boner candidate number three. For round two, coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by.
Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Just before we get into something serious here, George R. Martin has said about the character Hodor. Now, yes. Hodor was one of the beloved characters of Game of Thrones from the TV show, and he was a beloved character kind of in the books, too. But, you know, George R. Martin is still writing the next installment. When we left Hodor in the books, he was still alive. George Martin says the character of Hodor will not meet the same fate as
how could he not?
Movies.
That's the whole. His name is the fate is how. I don't.
Gina,
it has to be. It doesn't make any sense.
He says, "I thought they did it very well, what they did, but there are going to be differences in the book. They did it very physical, but Hodor has stolen. Well, this is too much detail, so we're not going to. I'm not going to go into that."
And here's the thing about George R.R. The R.R. stands for really, really, by the way. He's a weirdo. All right. So when you have any sort of back and forth with him, or if you see him writing on his blog, he's got some weird ideas. So what he's going to do with Hodor in the books, I
thought
that his arc and his fate in the show I thought was great. That's
Sure.
me.
But it's his book, Gina. His story. He can do what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
I should write a book so I can do what I want.
There you go. There you
go.
go.
That's a really interesting statement. That's pretty interesting. So it implies that you never get to do what you want. But if you wrote it down on in a book, it would be okay. It would be
I would have an
almost
exciting life in a book.
Yeah, it would be almost like really doing what you want.
Almost.
Yeah. Donald Trump. This is scary. Mounted an overnight Twitter blitz demanding jail time for his political enemies and calling out his supposed allies that he says are failing to arrest his political rivals. Trump twice amplified supporters' criticisms of Attorney General William Barr, including one featuring a meme calling on him to, quote, arrest somebody. He wondered aloud why his rivals, President Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, why have these people not been arrested and put in prison? He is asking William Barr. Where are all the arrests? Trump tweeted. This is fascism at its highest form.
This is what they do in fascist regimes and dictators.
This is Donald Trump. This is what he thinks should happen. He thinks that the Justice Department is his personal police force, and when he says you should go arrest my political opponents, that's what should happen. Why hasn't it happened, he's asking.
This is frightening.
That's frightening. Absolutely frightening. It sounds like Bolsonaro in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like the guy in Belarus. What's his name? Leftashenko or Hedrushenko or Hodor. It's Hodor. It's Hodor.
Yeah.
And then
this election cannot come fast enough.
Then Mike Lee. This particular article says, well, now they're saying it out loud. Democracy is not the objective. For many years, people have been warning, Daily Cause says, of the Republican Party as an anti-democracy fascist cult.
Mm-hmm.
From voter suppression to gerrymandering to stolen Supreme Court seats to ignoring congressional subpoenas to a Republican Supreme Court appointing George W. Bush president, lying to people about war, approving torture. These aren't policy differences. These are a steady march toward fascism. And now the fascists are saying that quiet part out loud, leaving no doubt. This tweet from Utah Senator Mike Lee. Democracy isn't the objective. Liberty, peace, and I think it's supposed to be prosperity are. We want the human condition to flourish. Rank democracy can thwart that. Now, that can't be ignored by people who believe you have the right to choose your leaders and hold them accountable. For instance, Walter Schaub said, most Americans are living in this American republic. Democracy is a whole reason for the nation's existence. Democracy is, people of my grandfather's generation knew what to do about fascists, and now a member of Congress is urging us to join them. I wonder what made you, Mike Lee, hate America so much.
Ew, that means that you are just as valuable as I am, and my opinion matters just as much as yours does. Ooh, we can't have that.
It's fitting that it says this is like it's right from Mein Kampf. Mike Lee is not alone, with actions being louder than words. The position of the Republican Party in 2020 is squarely centered around fascism. Mike Lee was foolish enough to say it out loud, but all of them are in on that. Mike Lee is saying democracy doesn't form an assemblage of wise men, but rather collects together a crowd of subservient non-entities who can easily be led in certain directions, and that's what he's saying.
Yeah, the GOP is not running against the Democrats. They're running against elections. They don't want people to vote. Those pesky voters make it a problem. And what happened to a government of the people, by the people, and for the people?
There are two candidates on the ballot right now. Democracy
and
fascism.
Exactly.
So if you want fascism and not democracy, you know how to vote.
And when you say that, people think you're being hyperbolic or you're
No.
overreacting. No, not overreacting.
President wanting his rivals arrested, demanding that they be arrested. That is not the America I know and love.
Donald Trump says getting the coronavirus was a blessing from God. I wouldn't say it was a blessing, but might have been from God. Nearly 212,000 people dead now in America from the coronavirus. And
they were blessed.
Yeah, they
over
were blessed.
200,000 people blessed.
Yeah.
Yes.
212,000. And Mike Pence said, our administration's response to COVID-19 has been great. Great. Finally, this story, just quickly change the mood a little bit. I love this. I'm not one who falls down rabbit holes and watches things online a lot and little TikTok videos and stuff, but I did happen to stumble across that TikTok video of the guy drinking the Ocean Spray cranberry juice, and it was the Fleetwood Mac song "Dreams." And if you haven't seen it, for something about it is just charming and captivating and lovely. Well, last month, his name is Nathan Apodaca. He goes by at 420 Dogface 208 on TikTok. He shared this video of himself drinking Ocean Spray, cran raspberry juice it was, and skating to Fleetwood Mac's Dreams. Well, now Ocean Spray has taken notice, and they are giving Mr. Apodaca a brand new car and a trunk full of Ocean Spray goods. It comes not long after Apodaca told TMZ that the idea for the video came about when his car broke down on the way to work one morning. My car, it just shuts off on me sometimes, he said. The battery, I don't know what it is, it just shuts off. But I always have my longboard with me in case I run out of gas or something. And so was on my longboard.
Having a little juice?
Yeah, having a little juice. And he said he jumped on his longboard. He said he was riding past a location, and he said it would be perfect for a video, so he went back and did the video. Oh, he's from Idaho?
Idaho.
Yeah.
There are two follow-up videos to that I want you to seek out. One is Mick Fleetwood himself doing it, which was great. But then my favorite one was somebody dressed as Mike Myers from Halloween, who instead of, when he leans in and does the drink from the thing, he pulls out his knife and stabs off screen, and then you see in the background as the longboard goes forward, there's a body lying on the side of the street.
Just in time for Halloween.
Oh, it was great.
By the way, when Mr. Apodaca, when Ocean Spray told him they were getting him a new car and all the social play, he said, "No way, that's crazy."
Nice.
Yeah. Right.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, the NFL's just mishandled COVID-19 terribly. Some people are wondering why the Patriots even played the Chiefs on Monday, because there were positive cases. And now at the end of the game, Patrick Mahomes went over and hugged a Patriots player. He said, "Oh, I just got caught up in the moment and I forgot." Well, that Patriots player ended up testing positive. After that, it's a mess. Real Salt Lake on the road last night in Seattle. They needed points. They didn't get them. They lost 2-1 to the Sounders. They are now out of the playoff picture for now. They could still get back in depending on what happens in the next 7 games. They have a road game against the Portland Timbers coming on Saturday. That's sports. Weather, we've got another warm day today. Tomorrow will be in the mid-80s. Saturday still fairly warm, and then Saturday night into Sunday is when the change happens. We could have some rain, definitely some lower temperatures. Sunday 52 for a high, and Monday only 58 for a high. Traffic, let's see, I'm going to refresh this because things have been fairly light this morning, although I do have a crash to tell you about southbound I-15 at the SR92 off-ramp in Lehigh. That's off to the right shoulder. And that's it. I'm seeing green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front. No traffic issues for you right now. Of course, you can always text them to us if you see something. 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Hey, the pandemic will not keep us from swinging. An underground Manhattan swingers club says it's worked out all the kinks, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and is reopening with some required safety measures that might, kill libido if you think about it. The members-only Labyrinth Club on Park Avenue will be taking temperature checks at the door, and they will constantly clean and disinfect throughout the night because things get a little messy. Customers and everyone must attest in writing that you are not exhibiting COVID-19 symptoms. Bathrooms and showers are on every floor. We have tons of play space, but it will be cleaned all the time, the Labyrinth said.
Yeah, but it's still people that are, doing the... and it's with
we'll have
different
hand
people.
sanitizer, Gina. There's hand sanitizer. How about masks? They said we'll have plenty of masks.
Shouldn't do
gloves.
The
They will have
with
plenty
the
of
other...
gloves, Gina. Plenty of gloves. It sounds like it's okay. We're highly recommending social distancing whenever possible, but of course we know. Oh, and we're limiting group activity to a certain number of people. Those. Okay. Yeah.
In your quarantine bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 3. Well, the pandemic's not going to keep us from swinging.
Let's review the first two and vote.
It's going to put a big crimp in Anything Goes Wednesday, I'll tell you. All right, so here we go. Boner candidate number 1 was homegrown racism. Number 2, a Copper Hills High School employee placed on leave after a grotesque blackface photo was put online. Boner candidate number 2, hey, coach, give them some credit for sticking to the story. Scammers unknowingly knocking on a coach's door claiming that they're fundraising for his team. And boner candidate number 3, this pandemic won't keep us from swinging.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should move forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. So be ready for that. Right now you're picking your champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember the candidate number of the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, October 8, 2020, and vote there. Once you get to x96.com, you may have to refresh your browser to see that box. Depends. So go ahead. You have until the end of these messages. This is round 2. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Some people may think that not getting tested for COVID will keep the number of cases down, but actually the virus has more of an opportunity to spread if we don't know who is infected.
Exactly, because once we get tested, we find out who's infected, and then you do the contact tracing, and you can help to get this thing under control, hopefully.
People who test positive and have symptoms can get the care they need sooner if you get tested. People who come into contact with those people, like and Carrie was talking about contact tracing, they will know, and they maybe can take precautions to not get infected. So if you're sick and you need to get tested, you get tested. Don't put it off. If you came in close contact with someone who tested positive, you should also get tested then. You could unknowingly be spreading the virus to others. So if you need to know more about it, go to coronavirus.utah.gov. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe
Some
Ms.
believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberry, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear,
Mhm.
and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any?
You take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's a
it
thing.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you
God,
were
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right, 8:47 right now. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by some grapes.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, I like grapes.
I enjoy grapes, yes.
And Oktoberfest all month long at Diversion Eatery. I think you're getting some of that, right, Bill? That's what your lunch is today?
I am getting a sausage.
And you should try the poutine fries and a sliced brat with sautéed onions, all for $7.99, located at 535 North 3rd West. You can see the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was homegrown racism in Utah. That's number 2. Copper Hills High School employee placed on leave after a blackface photo. The second boner candidate was, hey, coach, give them credit for sticking to the story. Scammers unknowingly knocking on a coach's door, claiming they were fundraising for his team. And boner candidate number 3, this pandemic won't keep us from swinging. New York City Swingers Club reopening, but they've put in some pretty stringent COVID-19 restrictions. Well, I'm surprised by the voting here. The one that won, I expected to win, but I expected it to win by a huge margin. There was a fight between boner candidate number 1, the homegrown racism, and number 3, the Swingers Club. Almost pulling it out, the Swingers Club, but winner, boner candidate number 1, homegrown racism, number 2.
Well, this will be an interesting boner fight coming up at 9:20. You'll determine boner of the day between the winners of round 1 and this round 2. So stick around for that and help choose boner of the day.
I have email of interest, Carrie.
Okay, let me get this here. Here we go. Emails of interest.
So this this is about radio, inside radio, and people who have been in radio over the years, and it may prompt some memories, and you might know about this, Carrie. I don't.
Okay, all right.
But it says, hey, Carrie and Bill, hearing you guys talk about your days as DJs in the early days in those rural towns, Vernal, Spanish Fork, particularly you, Carrie, Vernal and Spanish Fork.
I worked in Roosevelt.
Yeah. It's Vernal adjacent.
It's all there, yeah.
It reminds me of a DJ up in the Cache Valley at either KVNU or KBLW in the 70s. Carrie also worked at KVNU, didn't you?
I
in
worked,
Logan?
yes. It was Z104. It was KVEZ. No, I can't remember the call letters now.
Okay, this guy's name was Jefferson Jackson. And he was a DJ, and back then the local stations would broadcast LDS conference. So one Sunday morning at the end of conference at noon, the first song that Mr. Jefferson put on the radio was The Pusher by Steppenwolf, which, if you know that song, it continually says, gee damn, the Pusher Man. It uses the Lord's name in vain constantly throughout the song. He said, so right after LDS conference, he puts on The Pusher by Steppenwolf. It was outstanding, says the email writer. He was, of course, summarily fired. One of the highlights of my radio listening in my youth. I love your show, but did you ever hear of this guy, Jefferson Jackson? Never. This is the first time I've heard this story.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
But boy, points to him. Points to him for that.
Yeah, and if anybody does know, email us, radiofromhell@x96.com. If you do know about that, if this is a story you recall as well, I'd love to hear about it and whatever happened to the guy. But it reminds me of there are all kinds of radio stories like that. There was a guy here in town, and I forget which station, who locked himself in the studio, went nuts and locked himself in the studio and started playing all kinds of stuff. And now, people have done that as a stunt, but it happened for real, and I don't remember who that was either.
No.
But some guy locking himself in the studio and refusing to come out.
Well, I got fired for a similar thing.
You did?
Yes.
Why don't I know this?
I can't find the bit. This is how I got fired. I just looked it up. This is how I got fired from the station out in Roosevelt. interestingly. It was a daytimer. What that means is it's an AM radio station, and because AM radio transmits differently than FM. FM is line of sight, and AM radio waves bounce off of the sky and the ground, basically. You know? Mm-hmm. So you had to shut them off at night, certain ones, because there was another radio station far away that had the same frequency, but they were full-time.
You'd interfere with their signal.
You'd interfere with their signal in that, So I had to, sign it off at night because I was afternoon drive in Roosevelt. I had this comedy record, and it's Chevy's birthday today. Interesting this comes up. Chevy Chase comedy record. And one of the bits on it was the FBI Glee Club sings the national anthem. And the joke of it is that nobody can remember the words to the national anthem, and this has been an argument that I've made forever. Nobody knows the words. So the joke is that it's a multi-track thing where he's doing different voices of different characters of the FBI Glee Club, old people, who are singing different songs at certain points as they sing the national anthem. So it's all over the place, and it's crazy. Well, I thought, in those days when TV stations signed off, they would always close their broadcast day with the national anthem. You remember if you were up late at night, and they would shut off the TV. It's not like, these days. And they'd play the national anthem. So I thought, well, if I'm signing off, I should play the national anthem. Mm-hmm. I'll play this one because it's funny. So
I think it's funny.
So I played it.
Yeah.
The next day I came into work, and the GM, Joe, was there, mad as hell. Into my office right now. Okay, what's going on, Joe? It's him and the PD, his son. And he just started yelling at me about disrespecting the service, and he had a kid in the Army, and he just went crazy. And I said, Joe, that joke has nothing to do with the troops or anything. It's about how people don't know the words to the national anthem.
Exactly.
He goes, and he just started yelling some more. I said, and he said, "That's it. You're fired. You're fired." I said, "Okay. Tell you what, fine. I'm fired. But do you know the words to the national anthem? If you can tell me the words, if you can do the words to the national anthem right now, I'll say you're right and walk out of here right away." And he, just go. Him admitting that he doesn't know the words to the national anthem.
Everyone knows how it starts and how it ends. In the middle, it's kind of...
And that was the gag. I wish I could find a recording of that somewhere. I'll look around on the internet to see if it's available. It was very funny. It was back when Chevy was funny.
Unfortunately, we've never heard of Jefferson Jackson in Logan. I hope that story is true. Back in the day, John, when you were listening to the radio up there, I hope it's true, but
yes,
probably not.
So there's your email. Interest. Okay. Well, let's see. Traffic, Gina. Last check, please.
Yeah, a friend of the program says I-15 northbound Weber County at 400 North completely shut down. Highway Patrol taking photos of something on the freeway. That's from Cement Dave. Sent that in. Thanks, Dave. You're more on it than UDOT because they haven't sent me that yet. So if you do see something, please text it to us 33986 so I can pass it along to friends of the program. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight. I think Mary Nichols is going to be calling us, and our food should be delivered soon. We're going to talk about Oktoberfest coming up. Stand by for all of that. Ranlife.com is the website.
Historically low rates, and now is the time to lock in those rates and refinance. I've done a refinance with Ran Life, and they make the process very easy. But this is kind of a warning. If you don't lock in your interest rate before October 15th, that's next week, you could get hit with additional closing costs, and not just a small amount. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac will start charging an extra 1.5%, or excuse me, 0.5% on every conventional refi in America until further notice. So you have to lock in with Rand Life by October 15th in order to avoid those extra costs. Now, half an interest rate point doesn't sound like much. 0.5%, well, it's a lot of money. If your loan is $350,000, it'll cost you an additional $1,750 on your closing. So call Rand Life quickly. Find out about this refinance. Go to their website, randlife.com, or call them 475-4500 Rand Life.
Rael Salt Lake is back.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehi. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snow drift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehi, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke. Luke, wake up.
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben. It's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehi's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Book and Lehi ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehi's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehi, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped, inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
And they, and they put
the
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was a wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think no, not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Because, well, the name of the song is The Fly, and it's U2. So we thought, what the hell, why not?
Yeah.
Because The Fly is the true star of the debate.
Really
For
is.
fun.
He really
For
is. Mary Nichols is calling in.
Channel
Hi,
2 from Mary Nichols from Channel 2, KUTV. She is, of course, a lot of people don't notice Mary because she works with Ron Bird, and so everybody kind of pays attention to Ron.
Exactly.
His beauty is astonishing. I mean,
yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it's distracting.
It is kind of, but if you really pay attention, you'll see that he has a person working with him named Mary Nichols, who is very intelligent and has a great voice and is something of a looker herself.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I'm
You're
blushing.
welcome. You're quite welcome. So, Mary,
Blushing like the fly.
what did you think of all of that last night? I assumed you paid attention and watched a lot of it. And...
Yeah, well, watched all of it, but I did notice the fly right off the bat, and actually got pictures of it when it, like, on TV while it was happening. I didn't even have to rewind it because it was so big and right there.
Yeah.
But I posted it on my Facebook page and just said, "There's a fly on the VP's head. What are you watching? What are you watching tonight?" That's it. 2 sentences, and I got like 400 comments. But people were saying that they don't trust me anymore. I'm too biased.
Because
that's all you said was there's a fly on his head.
Because you saw a fly.
Yeah.
And what are you watching? Yeah. And it's like, wait a minute. I'm just stating a fact.
I was going to say, are you supposed to ignore the fly?
Well, a true Pence, a Trump-Pence Republican fascist would say, "What fly? I didn't see a fly.
I didn't see a fly.
There was no fly."
Well, and I think there was one on Hillary 4 years ago, wasn't there?
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
there was.
and I'm glad you brought that up because it just popped on her quickly and then went
Yeah.
away. It didn't stay
But you
two
can get
minutes and 9 seconds, right? But
You
but
can
the
get a screen grab of it, yeah.
The left turned that into "she's a devil from hell." You remember? Alex Jones. Alex Jones did a whole bit
You mean
on
the
this.
right. You mean the right.
I mean the right. Their spokesperson.
Well, the I think it's quite telling that the fly that went to land on Hillary Clinton, and it was very brief, and the fly said, "Oh, there's nothing here for me," and took off. But the fly that landed on Mike Pence said, "Hey."
But it's like, oh wait, how was I picking a side? I'm sorry.
You weren't.
I guess
you weren't.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
That's what we've always said. If you get complaints from both sides, then we're doing our job.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. We've got a whole list of those right now. So what else is going on of any note?
Well, we are right down here on Main Street, in the Wells Fargo building, and Vice President Mike Pence was staying at the Hotel Monaco.
Yeah.
I mean, less than 100 yards away.
Mm-hmm.
So they've had that area blocked off, and the Secret Service tents, and the big motorcade. Actually, the motorcade left just before right about 8 o'clock this morning. So we were covering all of that. We're on in the mornings on Channel 2 from 4:25 until 7, and then CBS This Morning comes on at 7, and at 7 o'clock we go over to KJazz Channel 14.
Yes.
So we have 2 more hours.
Yeah.
And we're on KJazz Channel 14 for 2 more hours. I mean, it's the same show, but we're over, 2 hours live. So during that part of our show, we covered the motorcade leaving and the Vice President heading out to the airport, and he's on his way to Nevada for a rally today.
Oh, a rally.
Why are we having rallies? There should be no rallies.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. What about the presidential debate for next week? That's all up in the air now, too.
Well, Trump says he won't do it because the debate commission wants to make it a virtual debate, and he said, no, I won't do that.
And then the debate commission says they're going to go through with it anyway, whether he's there or not.
Yeah, but who wants 90 minutes of Joe Biden? I don't.
Oh.
Well, you would think if he tests negative, they could still do it like they did the vice presidential debate last night. Have them just farther apart and put up bigger screens. The plexiglass, I thought, should have been bigger.
Yes.
Yeah, it looked more like a decoration than anything that was really protecting anybody from anything.
It was there for
invisible surfboard.
It wasn't there for protection. It was there to say. It was there to say.
Yeah.
So that Harris could say, "See, See, I take precautions, and COVID is is always here, and I'm taking. It was a symbolic gesture more than anything.
Well, it should have been bigger then. But
yes,
then it might actually block particles from flying. But I don't know about that.
Do you? I mean, you are a news presenter, and I think you probably are supposed to stay as neutral as possible. Do you have guidelines from management about that?
No, just as a journalist, you can't show your opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about plexiglass because it was there.
Yeah.
Health-wise, I mean, as a medical reporter for 25 years, I can say what I know that the scientists and doctors tell me. So usually I'm going off of what they've told me, not what my opinion is.
Right.
So.
Well, the scientists, they don't know. They don't know. I don't think they know.
Well, the scientists I talk to, and I guess I believe them, and you might believe somebody else. So.
Yeah, I thought that was kind
of. I just think, I mean, like we talked about the masks and stuff. You know, it's not politics. It's those same public health officials say get your annual mammogram, and early detection saves lives. Well, they're saying wear a mask.
Yeah.
They're not saying you have to get a mammogram or you're going to jail. They're just saying, hey, for your health, you know, this is the smart thing to do. And that's what they're saying about,
somebody in our text stream wants to know if you know where, just out of curiosity, where Kamala Harris was staying.
You know what? At first we heard she was staying there. She was also staying at Hotel Monaco. And then we could never get it confirmed. I think it was on on Saturday when she was here touring the This Is the Place State Park.
Yeah, I thought that's what I heard.
That weekend that she was staying at Hotel Monaco, but then we couldn't get it confirmed on Monday. So
don't know for sure.
We kept saying Vice President Pence is there, but we didn't know where exactly. We couldn't confirm it.
Yeah.
Maybe
she was sleeping on Ben McAdams' couch.
Ben McAdams' couch.
Maybe
All
right. That was it.
Thank
Saving
you,
money.
Mary Nichols, Channel 2, thanks for talking with us, and we'll stay safe and well, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Okay. Have a good one.
All right.
Thank
Bye.
you.
See you. All right, we will take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is on the way, along with a reasonable amount of news. Now a message from the state of Utah about voting.
Yes, voter registration is very, very important. Make sure you are registered.
I'm pretty sure I'm registered.
No. Make sure. Go to the website and make sure.
Vote.utah.gov.
Yeah, vote.utah.gov. Make sure you're registered. You can vote by mail this year, and that's safe to do. If you want to vote in person, you can vote in person, and you'll find out where your polling place is by going to vote.utah.gov. Voting by mail, by the way, not new in Utah. It's safe, it's secure, and there's a story today about Utah postal workers saying, we won't have any problems handling the ballots. There'll be a lot of them, but we feel confident we can handle them. So register to vote, track your ballot, or update your information today by going to vote.utah.gov. That's vote.utah.gov. I've just been meaning to ask you, Gina, the last 3 days, and I forgot. Well, the last 2 days.
What?
So you went to collect your daughter at camp.
Yes.
On Saturday, I think it was.
Friday.
And we'd had some discussion last week about the letters, and you had written a letter to her, a daily letter that she took with her.
Yes.
And you instructed her to open one a day.
Yes.
And being the good little girl she
Yes.
is, I'm sure that's exactly the way she did it.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a little kid, when I'd gotten to camp, I would just want to open them all.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to read them all. And then she was incommunicado
for a week.
For really 7 days? Was it 7 days?
Sunday to Friday.
Yeah, okay. And so the only communication that you could have with her would be a letter that she would send you.
Right.
And you kept waiting for the letter. And I said, you're not going to get the letter until after you pick her up. Have you received, as you went to get her and collected her tear-stained pillow and all of the soiled bedding and everything? And
She did very well, actually. at camp.
Well, I'm sure she did, but
I'm saying there wasn't a tear stain pillow.
I joke.
I know. As I got home with her after we picked it up, it was in the mailbox.
As I thought.
Yes.
And was the letter tear stained?
No.
Was it very detailed?
Yes.
What did she write it the first day, or did she just write it, like the day before you?
And then express it.
She wrote it halfway through, and she said, "Next year I know to write it earlier in the week."
But there you go.
But
it might have gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. But it was a happy letter. I'm having a great time. And she said, "I knew you would ask, Mom. The food is great," is what the letter said.
Food is great.
I knew you would ask.
And then she had no trouble finding an owl to deliver it.
No, came right to the.
Right.
She's very, very methodical in her thinking. She said, "I sent it on Wednesday. I should send it earlier next time, but I should at least wait a day till I've done something to write about." So she's figuring out the best day to send it is probably Tuesday, and then I would get it. But she did great. She wants to go back. So
she did the rope swing. She swam in the lake. She went canoeing. Killed a bear.
No,
none of that.
No.
What do they do? What do they sit around and sew?
They made bread.
That's not camp. You go out. You got to go out and kill squirrels and play capture the flag at night, and then kids get lost in the woods.
At the very least, play with the fire.
Yeah, roast no fire.
Poking a stick in it?
No.
They made bread. They had morning meditation.
What?
Sissy camp. We did yoga, Mom.
She loved it. That's all that matters.
Sissy camp.
Right, okay. In 21 right now, and we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or so minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Well, I talked about this earlier, but it bears repeating. In Alaska's annual battle of heavyweights, a salmon-eating bruin, that's a bear, named 747, like the plane, has emerged as the most fabulously fat bear of this year's Fat Bear Contest. The bear, one of more than 2,200 brown bears roaming Alaska's Katmai National Park and Preserve, was victorious on Tuesday after a week of frenzied online voting in what has become an international sensation, Fat Bear Week. Winner 747 was a worthy champion, said the park in a statement. This year, he really packed on the pounds, looking like he was fat enough to hibernate in July and yet continuing to eat until his belly seemed to drag along the ground by late September.
See, I would like to do this year in particular. I would
have your belly drag along the ground.
I would like to, pack on the pounds and then go to sleep until March, April, somewhere, and just sort of sleep through this rest of the pandemic over the that just sounds wonderful to me.
Here's how you do that, Gina.
How?
You write a book about it. Write a book about it.
The other thing with bears is, if you're ever chased by one, run downhill. For some reason, they can't do that. It's the moss.
They attack when you're having your period, too.
No, that's jungle cats.
Tragedy.
Oh?
Local celebrity. Local person of note. Jim Hogle has died at the age of 83.
Oh.
Utah's Hogle Zoo announced the passing of one of their leaders, Jim Hogle Jr., zoo chair emeritus, former chairman of the board, community leader, and philanthropist. He had a long battle with liver cancer. Named after his grandfather, who, along with his wife Mary, donated the zoo's current site. 83-year-old Jim Hogle was involved with the zoo in various capacities his whole life, from picking up trash for $1 a day as a 12-year-old to serving on the board of directors for 42 years, many of them as chairman. Hogle's steady leadership and involvement saw the zoo through a period of tremendous growth, increasing zoo size and operation, adding new programs, and almost all of the current exhibits and buildings enjoyed at the zoo today. 34 people now connected with the White House are infected with coronavirus.
Super spreader.
34 White House staffers and other contacts in recent days, according to an internal government memo, an indication that the disease has spread among more people than previously known in the seat of American government. I don't like that. I don't like that sentence. The infection has spread in the seat of American government. Dated Wednesday and obtained by ABC News, the memo was distributed among senior leadership at FEMA, a branch of the Department of Homeland Security. The memo also says that a senior advisor to the president is among those infected. Of course, Hope Hicks and Stephen Miller could be either one of those. This is not good. It is just
I
not
want
good.
to know when his last negative test was. I want to know the timeline.
They're purposely
They're not
keeping that
saying.
quiet.
I know.
The New England Journal of Medicine just issued its first editorial about an election in the 208-year history of the New England Journal of Medicine. In a rare political statement from a scientific journal, the journal released an editorial Wednesday slamming the Trump administration's response to COVID-19 and calling on Americans to vote President Trump out of office next month. November's election will have life or death consequences for people across the country, regardless of party alignment, said the journal's editorial board. Well, so, again, more eggheads weighing in, more Mr. Smarty Pantses weighing in on what we the people know to be true, that Donald Trump is leading us out of the wilderness, and he's infecting the swamp.
You need to listen to both sides.
That's right.
You need to do your own research.
That's right.
Don't just believe the so-called journalists or mainstream media, what they tell you.
Or the scientists.
You're dividing the country.
That's right.
Again, I would like to hibernate till after the election, and I think March is great. Great time to come out of hibernation.
This is kind of interesting. Utah prosecutor is investigating Operation Underground Railroad, one of the best-known organizations combating human trafficking. Davis County Attorney Troy Rawlings, who is a Republican, by the way, confirmed the investigation. We have received complaints and are in the process of reviewing the complaints. Rawlings said Fox 13 then asked him to turn over some records about the case, and he said, I'm not doing that. Those records are all part of an ongoing investigation, and we can't release them. It would interfere with the investigation. So, recent post to his Instagram account, Rawlings has implied a local nonprofit was conducting illegal fundraising efforts by taking credit for arrests made by the Davis County Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Rawlings did not name the charity. But the feeling is, so what he's saying is Davis County has arrested a bunch of child predators over the certain period of time, and we did that on our own as an investigative unit, the police and We did that here in Davis County. There is a charity going around saying, we're responsible for all of that. Give us money. And he said he's saying that's not ethical. He says anybody who solicits your money and claiming credit for work to protect children that's actually done by our task force and other law enforcement organizations in Utah and around the world, they're taking credit for something they're not doing. And they're doing that to get your money. Is it the Underground Railroad? Don't know. We'll see. But Rawlings says he is investigating. Let's see. I think that's
good.
Okay.
All right.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, it'd be interesting if these two tied somehow. I don't know. So it's homegrown Utah racism number 1. Teammates rallying around a kid at Dixie High School in southern Utah, a black kid who wore a T-shirt to school that said, I can't breathe, I think it was, on the shirt. And somebody called him a terrorist and a cotton picker. Fortunately, he has friends and teammates who are rallying around him, but still, just calling out those racist things, cotton picker, really? That's just intolerable. Going up against homegrown Utah racism number 2, a Copper Hills High School employee posting a bizarre blackface photo of herself online. When that was discovered, she was immediately fired. That's number 2.
All right, you've got to decide. This is a tough one. Who is Boner of the Day for today, 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit. That number is all we need in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth there in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, October 8, 2020, and vote there. Chances are when you get to x96.com, you won't see that box right away because we just put it up there. So refresh your browser. It should appear. All right, go ahead. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day. And now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
Yeah, go to jobs.utah.gov. If you are looking for a new job, maybe you've been laid off because of the pandemic or you want to change career, there are lots of jobs out there, lots of interesting career choices, and it's all in one place at jobs.utah.gov. Now, they'll tell you when there are job interviews and hiring fairs, and maybe you're getting ready for an interview or something like that, but you need some additional training and you want to know how best to interview. There's information there about that as well. The hiring events calendar at jobs.utah.gov can help you find a job fair or a workshop that's near you. There's even a mobile app that you can download to find, search, and apply for jobs right from your phone. So that's all available. All you have to do is go to that website to begin with, jobs.utah.gov.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
A dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list?
Well,
I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous, try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2 health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amount to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list. All natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed.
Oh.
You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It has everything you want.
You can order food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel is very exciting.
It's a 3 sandwich day.
No help. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. Wheat, it doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
From Hell on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. X96.
All right, 9:38 right now. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by Tacos and Grapes.
And Scott Hale offering a furnace tune-up with free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Well, they were both candidates from Utah, local candidates, about homegrown racism. The first one, kid down in Dixie High School, St. George, being called a cotton picker, among other things. He's a young man of color, but he wore a I Can't Breathe shirt to school, and it prompted taunts and racial epithets thrown at him. Fortunately, his teammates, at least, have rallied around him, and other students have said that they are opposed to that. And it was going up against another one here in Utah, Copper Hills High School employee posting a picture of herself in blackface. So, how do you decide? Well, I guess people thought that that maybe it's because it was a young high school student involved. They thought that was the most egregious one. So, doubling the votes of number 2, the winner was number 1, the St. George.
All right, there you go. That's your boner of the day. For today, October 8th, it is now qualified to be boner of the week. All right, let's go to Philip Wright from Utah Motorsports Park.
Hey, Philip, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Philip, or do they call you Phil?
Yeah, usually Phil.
Usually Phil. So, Phil, the Oktoberfest and the Utah Motorsports Park, and it's going to be like a drive-in for Oktoberfest, right? Kind of.
I mean, kind of. No, it's not necessarily your car. It's still kind of the traditional Oktoberfest, but because we have such a massive facility out there, 500 acres, and limiting the amount of people, we feel we're able to very successfully social distance people away from each other, where you can come and bring a lawn chair, a blanket, and grab a beer and some food and still enjoy the fall weather and keep your distance.
You don't have to stay in your car. For some reason, I had that stuck in my mind, because it's the Motorsports Park.
Yeah, we did have a concert actually a few weeks ago where people did have to stay in their car for the concert specifically. So it's you're not far off. But
that's what I was. That's what I was thinking of. So is it this weekend at the Motorsports Park?
Yeah, so it actually starts this Saturday and Sunday, and then goes the following 2 weekends, Saturday and Sunday each day, starting at noon and going till about 7 or 8 p.m. each day. And so you do have to go online. Tickets are free, but you do have to have a ticket because we are limiting the number of guests that are allowed to come in to, again, follow guidelines and make sure that we don't have massive crowds gathering and keeping people distant. So if you do want to attend, you do need to snag one of those tickets, and they are going rather quickly, especially now that we are the week of, and people have seen that the weather's going to be nice on Saturday. So,
50 types of beer, really?
Wow.
Yeah, what's kind of, I guess, lucky for us, and Snowbird decided to cancel theirs due to the various reasons. We have had a lot of breweries here in Utah who are excited at the chance to serve up their beer. So, yeah, over 50 types of beer from local breweries.
And you have an official beer for the Motorsports Park. What's your official beer?
We do. So we partnered with Salt Flats Brewery, and we have a UMC Blonde Ale that we'll have on tap and available.
And then German food and entertainment. That means the chicken dance and all that kind of stuff as well?
Exactly. Yep. We have Bavarian and polka music that'll be playing, so the accordion and all that jazz. So if you want to come out and see some fun German entertainment and food, and get out and enjoy the last little bit of fall before we all, as Gino was saying, hunker down for the winter and hibernate. And
so everything will be spread out. COVID guidelines will be followed, and the tickets are free, but you've got to get them right away for the Utah Motorsports Park, the Oktoberfest celebration. So how do people get the tickets? Where do they go?
So then just go to our website, utahmotorsportscampus.com, and they can either go to the event page, or the first slider that pops up will be about Oktoberfest, and then click on Get Tickets, and it'll take you to the Eventbrite link, and you go from there. So.
Okay. It sounds fun. There'll be all kinds of activities. What's a drift ride along? What's that?
So drift ride along, so drift car like a Nissan 350Z or a Mazda Miata, basically anything with rear-wheel drive, and we put helmets on and have separators in between you and the driver as a passenger, and they actually will take you onto a drifting course, kind of like if you were in Fast and Furious and drifting around a racetrack or in a race, and that's what a drift ride along is.
That sounds good. It's going to be so. That's and of course that's traditional with Oktoberfest drift cars. I know.
Oh, yeah. for a motorsports version of Oktoberfest, absolutely. It's traditional,
sure.
yes.
All right. So again, what's the website, Phil?
It's UtahMotorsportsCampus.com.
Okay. Thanks for talking with us.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah. See you later.
Good. Thank you. All right, we'll take a break, and we will be back. My food has arrived.
So's mine.
We'll talk
and
about that coming up.
I think it's Oktoberfest inspired.
On the way. Stand by for that. Gina, mountain alarm, fire, and security.
It's a good thing I have a security system, because someone tried to come steal my food from Diversion Eatery, and they can't because I'm safe here at home, thanks to Mountain Alarm. Family-owned business, locally owned and operated since 1952. Now, you might have a security system right now. Maybe you're not happy with it. Maybe it hasn't been doing everything you need it to do. Mountain Alarm has the ability to take over your existing security system. So if your current provider isn't taking care of you or is maybe overcharging you, Mountain Alarm can simply integrate their existing equipment and begin monitoring the system. Now, my husband's been using Mountain Alarm to have his system monitored at his business for years and has been very happy with the service. And now we're using them here in our home. And you can too. Call 801-395-8700. And when you mention X96, you can receive $100 off any new or upgraded security system. 801-395-8700 or mountainalarm.com.
I made a big mistake.
The new
Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't
always,
ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always and you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That. Would you please? Damn it, Gina. Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, is Ann Flo here? You know, I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
I think you always say that though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people, because I look at you. And I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know. I look
keep
at,
my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really?
It doesn't-
That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband
Now
say
I'm
now
this-
that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, "My God, why didn't you go to the doctor?"
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
Yeah.
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
Yeah.
Boots,
No,
get
he
in
was,
there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Which I'm
you know-
glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just
that's-
keeps his head down and does his job. It's nice of him to do that.
Yeah.
For us.
So, Diversion Eatery.
Yes.
God bless you, Diversion Eatery, because not only did you bring me a delicious classic Gina burger with A1 on it, I didn't have to add it; it was already on. It also brought these lovely. Look at those golden brown.
Yes.
They're so good.
They're delicious.
They're so
cinnamon
good.
puffs.
Yeah.
Cinnamon puffs with just kind of a nice sweet icing that you can dip them into.
And
No,
it's
that's
not-
ranch dressing.
And it's
That's
not
ranch
too
dressing.
sweet. That's what's nice. It's not too sweet. So.
It's ranch. That's not icing. That's ranch dressing, isn't it?
Diversion Eatery. This should be your lunch and or dinner today.
Yes.
Go to diversioneatery.com
Mm-hmm.
for their menu and everything.
So we got these new masks, Radio from Hell, and I believe we have X96 masks as well.
Yes, we do.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see, well, Katie's wearing one right there. Looks good. Bill went to the station and got his. I'll have to go in on Sunday
Yeah,
when
me
nobody's
too.
there to get mine.
Now, Cade, what's your last name?
Osborne.
Cade Osborne
Yes.
from Game Gear.
Yep.
You guys started making these masks when business at Game Gear, which I guess you guys have been around. You were telling us off the air. You've been around a long time, right?
Yeah, we've been. We started in the building that we are now in 1969, so it was before my time.
So making athletic apparel of all kinds, and when business slowed way down, you guys said, "Let's make masks."
Yep, that's exactly right.
So tell people about these masks. What considerations went into making them?
Well, really, it was we were able to be ahead of the curve in making them, just because we had all the equipment and all the fabrics that we needed to do it. So we just simply transitioned from using it for uniforms to for masks, for facial coverings. So we looked at a lot of different patterns, went through a lot of different iterations, and we found that this design was what people really liked. So we went with it.
Made out of cotton. Let me ask you how you wash them. What's the best way to wash them, and do they shrink? And all
No,
that?
they don't shrink. And just to be clear, they are polyester. It's a double knit polyester, double layer. One is 14 ounce, and the other one is 6 ounce. So it's pretty hefty.
Mhm.
It's a hefty mass, so it does its job well.
Yeah.
But in regards to washing, though, it's simple. You can hand wash it, or you can just throw it in the washer and just like a regular washing cycle with your clothes.
So it won't shrink.
It won't shrink.
Yeah.
The colors won't fade, crack, or pill, or it'll look just as good, in a couple of months as it does now.
Now we're going to start giving away some of these Radio from Hell and X96 branded ones. But if people want to get their own, buy masks from you, can they do that?
Yeah, they
maybe
can.
you're a business that wants to have some made for your employees. That would be a great thing to do. How would they do that?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. We could do any design you could put on a computer screen. We can put on a mask. So if you're interested in that, you can contact myself, Cade at GameGear.com. That's CADE at GameGear.com, or my partner his name's Bo Hikila. It's Bo at GameGear.com, and just drop us an email, and we'll get right back to you really quick, and we can exchange art, and then go from there. And minimums, it doesn't matter, any from 10 to thousands. We can get them out in a couple days. So
Your partner has an interesting name. What is it again?
Hikila. He's a Tongan guy. He actually was a running back for the U back in 2006.
I like that, Bo Hikila. It just sounds cool.
Yeah.
Is it BEAU or BO?
Just BO. Yep. It's short for a name that I can't pronounce. But so we just go with Bo.
Yeah, I like it. Bo Hikila. And Cade, what's your last name again?
Osborne.
Cade Osborne.
Yes.
Thanks for doing this for us.
Yeah, thank you.
These are really nice.
And I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys like them.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
I hope you get some more going with some other companies or businesses or just individuals. Again, what's your how do they contact you again, real quick?
With on my email, it's Cade at GameGear.com. We do sell them at the store. It's 7081 West, 3500 South in West Valley. GameGear.com is the website, so all that information is on there also.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Nice to meet you.
Perfect. Nice to meet you guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
like
sir.
your mask too. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a little neck gator.
I like that. Oh, yeah. All right.
Thank you very
Cade.
much.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
And,
See ya.
We gave away our first one this morning, and people were very excited to try to win that. So
They look good.
Yeah,
really
I look
good.
forward to getting mine.
I just got this message.
Yes.
Says, Gina, your ad for Diversion Eatery worked. I looked at the menu and will go soon. What do you recommend? Now, what did you guys get today? Because I already talked about
I
what I got.
got 2 tacos. I just love their tacos. I got a carnitas and a beef one. And just
I forget
delicious.
what this is called. I've been eating a little bit, but it's just I think it's October Fest inspired poutine. It's French fries with brown gravy, and then it's got sliced up. It's got sliced up sausages on it and onions and
A brat? It's got a brat.
broth. Yeah.
All the burgers are good. I like the wavy gravy burger.
I got fries, and they're amazing. Also, I used to always get their nachos every time, and those loaded nachos are great.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there you go.
Just their burgers. So there's some suggestions for you.
Whatever you like. And breaking news, the FBI has thwarted what they described as a plot from a militia, a right-wing militia, to violently overthrow the government and kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
What?
But
Good Lord.
But both sides are bad. Both
No.
sides are bad.
There are
No,
good
but
people on both sides.
I hear, and I've got it right here. It says that if Trump loses, then there's going to be then the left is going to stage a revolution. I've got
The
it
left.
right here. It says
The
yeah.
left. Well, it looks like the right has already started it.
I didn't get the revolution memo. Am I
Liberals are
supposed to do
planning a
that?
coup after President Trump wins the
Is
election.
that right? Wow.
That's what it says
okay.
here.
I didn't get the memo.
Get your
for that.
Soros email today, Gina, did you?
And if you want to participate in the revolution, Gina, I'd suggest that you write it in a book. Okay?
Things happen.
Just write it in a book.
All right, let's do the promo and get the hell out of here.
Let's see here. Okay.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
The weekend is almost here, but it will get here faster if you tune in for Friday's Radio from Hell show.
On Friday, this is the day where we like to answer the best damn question that you send us. So
send it to us. We need interesting questions about anything. We know you have some, so send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Plus, Mayor Jenny Wilson will be with us at 8:45, and hopefully we'll have the latest news on the Salt Lake COVID status.
And as always, there will be more. Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Can I go tuck into these cinnamon puffs now? Can I?
Only if you write it in a book.
I'm going to write it in a book.
It doesn't really happen unless you write it in a book. Apparently. You can't do anything unless you write it in a book, Gina. Right. That's what I learned today.
Okay.
Let's see. Anything before we go?
Nope.
Katie, we're good?
We good? We got all the work taken care of?
Oh, somebody wants to get on a mailing list for the coup. Katie, could you start a mailing list for when it's time to have the coup?
The coup. Just call it the violent overthrow of the government list.
A phone tree of some sort for...
All right.
It's coup time.
Okay. Good job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I guess I have to write a book.
Corey is next.